Hello everybody and welcome into my latest live broadcast. Today is Monday, April 11th, 2022. My name is Kerry Holzman and today I'm going to work on leftover parts that I've got here to put into new systems that can be made available for people who are interested in purchasing a computer. So first and foremost, the motherboard we're using is Marvin's original motherboard. If you remember the US veteran Marvin, we worked on 3 computers for him, an all-in-one desktop, a laptop, and a gaming PC that he purchased from a company called Lyte Computers that was, in my opinion, very poorly built and used a lot of substandard parts. But the good parts, which are the Ryzen sort of 3900X processor, you buy that today, it's like $540 on Amazon. The motherboard, ASUS Prime X570 Pro, again, you go to buy that today, it's about $270 on Amazon. So those 2 parts alone already clear $800, and we still have to put in storage, a case, a power supply, a cooler. So I spoke to the folks over at Be Quiet, and they said, we'll send you some stuff if you want to, utilize that in a future build. And I said, great, what are you sending me? And what they sent me is this Pure Power 11 FM 850 watt power supply, this Pure Loop 280 millimeter liquid cooler, which is an essential line, which means it's in their budget line. And they sent me the case, which is a Be Quiet, it's a Pure Base, what is it called? Pure Base 500 DX. I had to go look at the box. And that case is all in white, which will match the motherboard. Now the RAM that was put on this board from Lyte Computers is ADATA XPG RAM that has RGB on it. It looks like there are 4 sticks, 8 gigs each, for a total of 32. I'll have to verify that. And then I just went ahead and used this 980 Pro 1 terabyte solid state drive that I have left over from doing the RAID testing that we did it's about 2 or 3 months back, where we were running the 980 Pro in RAID 0 versus RAID 1 and running the performance difference, the cost differential, and whether or not it was worth it. So if you haven't seen that, be sure and check it out. So hello everybody, thank you for joining me here in the chat. Hello to Mats Olav Rickardson, and hello to Patrick Roussaw and Vern Mahoney and Eric Fletcher, Andy Kane and Jim KJ3N and Jason Willis and Y Davies and Eric Reed, as well as Leslie Cabbins and Michael Mancini, Robert McCord Magumi, Blues Rider, welcome in. Bike Man says hello. OG Gaming's in the house. Welcome in, OG Gaming. And Danny Hartline, Darren Gilholm, 55, Staying Dude, and John Williams, and Christopher Raybone, Gary WW24, and Kevin Smith, all saying hello, along with Lurcia Kiss and Dom Parada. Hey guys, thank you again for joining me. I don't often get this early of a start, and I don't often do videos on Mondays as much as I want to. That's usually the day when my customers call the most. It's usually coming back from the weekend. If something's going to happen, it typically happens on a Monday. So we got lucky this Monday. Everything was nice and quiet, and I felt it was safe to go ahead. But it is another hot day here in Phoenix. We are still in the early afternoon, so the temperatures are still rising. If you hear some weird noise in the background, that is probably the air conditioner running. And I'll just go ahead and warn you ahead of time about that. Now I'll show you what the case looks like here in a minute, but the first thing we have to do is make sure we have the motherboard prepped. Now I have not touched this motherboard other than to dust it. I use these little compressed air duster things. I should add this to the video notes now that I think about it. And I have the carbon fiber brush on this one. So you can hold the button in. Did I kill it? I think I literally just killed it. There it goes. And if you tap the button twice, it stays on. pretty powerful. The batteries last a good long time. They run about $60 on Amazon, and I like them. So if it's a really, really nasty dusting job, I still use the electric leaf blower and I take it outside. But if it's something like a small part, something like that, it's very convenient to have that. It's also good for blowing out dust around the corners and crevices of a big screen TV, or blowing off if you have glasses, sunglasses, reading glasses, any sort of glasses, as well as any other places where it might be hard to get into, like for me in the kitchen, right below the cabinetry against the floor in those corners. It's where a lot of things tend to get stuck and the broom can't quite get in there. So I can use the duster and kind of push that stuff out away from the edges and then vacuum it up or sweep it up. So it comes in handy, not just for computers. And I want to start once again by just prepping this motherboard. Let me move this out of the way because you can see the board is here on the Lazy Susan. These Lazy Susans are back in stock at Amazon as well. They're about $45. It's a great deal, and I have links to all of the parts and tools, including the Lazy Susan, in my Amazon store. And if you just go to what is it? It's amazon.com/shop, you know, like you're going shopping. Amazon.com/shop/Kerry Holzman. And the link for that is also in the video notes. And that has a couple of different storefronts, if you will, virtual storefronts. One is, as I explained, all the tools and equipment I use. Is a list there. There's also a list of equipment that I want. Sometimes people want to contribute, but they don't want to give cash. They want to send something. So there's some expensive items and some really inexpensive items there if people want to do that. But please let me know if you're going to do that or if you have done it, so I know to remove it so that others aren't buying duplicate items. And of course, this content is being brought to you by viewers like you who support this channel, so we can continue to offer these videos for free here at YouTube. YouTube revenues have been nearly cut in half for me personally from what they were 2 years ago. So if I'm going to make more content, that's less time I'm spending working my real job, which is computer repair. And basically, I enjoy this. It's a lot less stressful. It comes with its own unique stresses, but for me, given a choice of which one to do, I enjoy computer repair and I don't want to give it up. But the computer repair gig has been my main source of income for 30 years. So it's nice to be able to maybe do the computer repair on the side and do YouTube videos and Amazon videos as full-time as possible. So that's the direction I'm heading in. And I definitely want to get away from building PCs. I'm kind of sick of it. It's extraordinarily time consuming, and I think most home users don't really comprehend scaling. And that is, you know, if you're going to build your own computer and it takes a few hours or a day, it's not a big deal. But when you're trying to do it while you're also trying to do other things, they keep pulling you away from getting it done. And then you've got 20 more waiting behind it. Tick tock, let's go. With where you're doing everything. You're getting the parts, taking everything out of the boxes, throwing the boxes in the recycle bins, getting it all built, tested, configured, cable managed, back into a box, take it over to the shipper, have it shipped, collect a receipt, send the customer the tracking information. It's a lot of work to just do one. And while I enjoy it, like anything else, it's become too much. So you'll see fewer and fewer of these build videos, and this is just kind of finalizing what's remaining. Now, Marvin has no need for this board. He has contributed it to the channel. We've built him a whole new computer, and this will be sold to the highest bidder is what will happen. So whether or not we add what level of graphics card we add, it's got to have one. Will determine basically, based on the person who purchases it, what they want. But we will have to have a GPU. Now, thankfully, GPUs are easy to get now. Prices are a bit high, but not as high as they were. In a few more months, if things continue, I expect to see prices come back down to normal, but they'll never return to what they once were. They'll never get that low again. But at least they're available. So I don't know what the status of this is other than we took the storage out of it, we left the RAM, and I left the CPU, and I've cleaned the CPU with isopropyl alcohol, which is what I use is 99% alcohol, and a Q-tip, and scrub the top of that CPU clean. The RAM I haven't touched, and we took the solid state drives. He had two 1 terabyte team branded solid state drives, which are budget drives, and this thing really deserves much better storage, much faster storage, given, you know, it's a $550 processor and a $270 motherboard. Why you would stick the cheapest solid state drive in it, I don't, well, I know why they did it. They did it, Lyte Computers did that so they can achieve more profit. But I'm not interested in that. I'm a cheat. I would rather make a little bit of money off of one customer multiple times throughout the years than to gouge them once and never see them again. But that's just the way I do business. Now, I was looking to see, here we go. I got my JIS #1 screwdriver. This is a Japanese industrial standard. Looks to the untrained eye like an American Phillips screwdriver, but this is actually a narrower tip, which you can make a #1 American Phillips fit, but it's kind of loose and it's easy to strip out the top of the screw. So if you have a JIS #1, that comes in handy anytime you're doing anything with M.2 drives or laptops. This driver is one of my favorites because I was struggling with these tiny screws, you know, using jeweler's screwdriver sets and whatnot, until one of my viewers made me aware that these exist, and I ordered it and loving it. So underneath this shield we have, or should have, an M.2 socket, and there's also one up close to the CPU, but I want to make sure I use the one that's underneath the heat spreader here. Heat spreader, heat shield. It doesn't really do much to keep your solid state drive cool, but it just looks better. And it will keep it cool a little tiny bit better, but that's not really a big issue. A lot of people online that are the hobbyists or enthusiasts are just really infatuated with heat on a computer. It's very strange to me. For the most part, computers that come in for repair, or the reasons why customers call me, are very rarely related to heat. And yet, if you watch what the enthusiasts and the hobbyists are doing here on YouTube, that seems to be their #1 priority, which, you know, really is irrelevant to performance or reliability or saving money. It doesn't really do much in most cases, but you know, if that's how you want to spend your money, go ahead. I'm going to be practical about it and just explain it to you so you can make a decision that's best for you. So mostly for aesthetics, that's the reason why we're going to put that M.2 drive down here, and we won't see it, just as a nice cleaner look. This is the 980 Pro. It's 1 terabyte. If I had a 2 terabyte one of these in stock, I would throw it in there, but I'm still trying to get rid of extra parts I've got here, and I don't have much call for Gen 4 drives. Even though I'm building, you know, 11th and 12th gen Intel chips, generally speaking, we're doing those on a budget. We're not trying to build rocket ships. We're trying to get best bang for the buck. And so it really doesn't make sense to spend twice as much for the same capacity when your average user won't even notice any difference other than when you run benchmark software. It just becomes, for most people, just a matter of seconds or milliseconds that the performance difference makes. And the performance numbers look impressive on benchmarks, right? If you run a Gen 4 solid state drive versus a Gen 3, you'll say, wow, it's nearly twice the speed. Okay, but if it was taking 1 second before, nearly twice the speed brings it down to about 0.6 of a second. I don't know many human beings that would notice 0.4 of a second, but there are some extreme users, and for them, my videos are not intended. Those folks are going to be excessive in the things they do, and they don't represent the normal, practical, and pragmatic way of helping customers in a business that can get you in and out quickly, making you a profit, and keeping your customer from feeling like you gouged them or or took them for parts they didn't need. So that's why I have the attitude I have. Now I'm going to go ahead and put the heat shield back on. Essentially, I just want to treat people the way I want to be treated. That's what it comes down to. So I don't want somebody telling me I need stuff I don't need and, you know, padding the bill. But what I do want is I want it fixed quick. I want it, you know, relatively speaking, depending on what's getting fixed. I want it thoroughly tested when it's fixed to make sure that I don't have to bring it back to get it fixed again, right? I'm talking about like my car. I don't want to keep taking my car back to the dealer because they missed something or forgot something, or they didn't test it when they were done with it, and so it's a big waste of my time to keep going back and forth until they get it right. And it's one reason why I would not return if a dealer was creating unnecessary work recommendations or taking too long or telling me the car's ready so I pick it up, then I have to take it back again. Because I'm self-employed, those are hours in the car going back and forth that I'm not working and cannot help my customers. So I run my business the way that I would want it if I was one of my customers. And you can't please everybody. Some people want everything and want to pay nothing. But not much I can do about that. It's just the way the world goes around. I've seen some technicians starting out putting ads on Craigslist and then complaining about how hard it is to get work. Yeah, you don't want to. Craigslist is not a good place to find well-paying, loyal, dedicated customers. These are people looking for something for nothing, and Craigslist is filled with them. And if you want to work really hard and get paid next to nothing, you probably aren't going to want to be a computer tech very much longer. So don't try to appeal to that crowd. And much the same way, I don't try to appeal to the enthusiast crowd or the hobbyist crowd other than where it is practical. The internet and YouTube in general are just saturated with that type of content. These people are so enthusiastic, they're the ones making the videos. And so a lot of the things they do are quite extreme and expensive. For the rest of us, that's who I'm trying to appeal to for things that, you know, are actually important when it comes to performance, reliability, and security of your PC. So because we ended up just completely replacing the motherboard and CPU and RAM for Marvin and a solid state drive, he's very happy with the 11th gen Intel that we put him into. And as far as his old parts goes, he says keep them. So here we are with his old parts. We've got the Samsung 980 Pro installed, as I've been yakking. And I'm trying to think how I'm going to test this without putting it in the case, because I need to put a cooler on it. Now I know this CPU originally came with a Wraith Prism cooler. I might have something that'll work. Let me step off camera for a second and see if I have something like that. I can't remember if I do or I don't. Oh, you know what? I do have something here. It's not a prism, but it's an AMD cooler, and it screws down, which is good because I've got those clips on the motherboard right now. And then that can at least verify everything's running like it should before I go and put it into the case. I want to thank, again, the folks over at Be Quiet, specifically email, for sending along the parts and being so thoughtful. And I'm very happy to showcase the parts that Be Quiet has sent. And these are parts that I have no hesitation recommending parts from Be Quiet. There are certainly competitors in the space of power supplies and coolers and cases. And when you start to talk about what you get for the money, generally speaking, everything I've used from Be Quiet is built well. Sometimes I've had some issue with whether or not some of the things they do make any sense, but it's not harmful. So we'll talk more about that as we get to it. But let me go ahead and remove the AMD cooler brackets. We're not going to. My clutch is not kicking in here, so let me crank this up here. There we go. Try and do that without slapping the motherboard. That'd be good, huh? Wow, those are in tight. Okay, just set that clutch back down before I forget. Put that back to 3. This is the Milwaukee M4 electric driver, and I don't know why they're so expensive on Amazon, but your local Home Depot store will have these. And with a charger and a single battery and just the driver, just like that, you have to buy the bits separately. It should be about $150, which is a great deal. It's got 2 speeds. It's lockable, meaning that the spindle locks so you can turn it like a regular driver. You can put it into the gun shape. It's got a battery strength meter here. It's a lithium-ion battery that simply unscrews. And if you do a lot of electronics work, this is great for even home electrical wiring. I wouldn't try and build furniture with it. It's not that torquey. But for everyday use, and again, in building computers, I use this a lot. So I can't speak highly enough about it. All right, we're going to take that off of there. We'll take this off and we'll set it over here. And I'm not even going to put any thermal compound down because we're just doing this for prep work and I don't want to have to clean it up. As long as we have the 2 surfaces mated together, then it's going to help diffuse the heat. Like I said, a lot of people online will make a bigger deal out of the heat that's generated than I think is worthy of the concern. When somebody brings me a computer that has a heat-related problem, well, you'll certainly see it here on the channel, and I've already done a couple of those, but they're pretty rare, and that's why I say all these people that seem infatuated and fixated on heat, it's sort of like, I don't know, trying to look for Bigfoot. I'm not quite sure what problem they're solving, and I think the only reason they have anxiety is because of the enthusiast videos here on YouTube that put a strong emphasis on cooling when it's not necessary to go above and beyond for cooling unless you are overclocking the chip or pushing the hardware in a way that it wasn't designed to do, and that creates instability, and it also costs more in electricity, it's harder on the power supply, and it'll generally shorten the life of your parts. Although shortening the life of the parts is not a big deal when these parts will probably run 50 to 100 years. If you cut the life in half, you're still well beyond, its usable life expectancy when the technology becomes obsolete, which is usually, if you've got a computer that's 10 years old, it's certainly time to replace it. Even a super high-end computer, by the time it reaches 12 years old, you shouldn't really be using it with Windows. Maybe something else, or better yet, don't use it at all on the internet. So that cooler just on there without any thermal compound is all we need. I need to put a video card in there now. I was sent this video card by Alvin Shaver sent in this card. I don't know what it is. It's a gigabyte card. It's a gigabyte WindForce, it's called. And I was looking for a model number on it. I don't know what this is, but there's one way to find out, and that is we'll plug it in here. We'll make sure that's open. And these tabs are bent down here for some reason. We'll bend those back. There we go. And then I have to give this some power. So we can go ahead and take the Be Quiet Pure Power 11 FM power supply out of its box, and we'll use it in testing to make sure that we don't have any issues. There's nothing that's worse then testing with other parts, and you're like, okay, everything's ready to go. Then you take parts you didn't test, put them in your build expecting it to work, and of course, it's the parts you didn't test that are going to be the problem, if there's going to be a problem. So as you can see, I'm unboxing this for the very first time. I've not used a pure Power 11 FM model of power supply from Be Quiet before. This is an 80 plus gold rated power supply. And in the box, oh, I got more tape I missed here. Open this up on camera where you can see it. We've got our documentation. Heavy gauge power supply cord. The power supply itself, which is fully modular, meaning none of the cables are permanently attached. They just plug into the back. So this would be an example of things Be Quiet does that I don't quite understand why, and that is putting the power supply connectors on vertically. This can make it very difficult to add or remove cables if this power supply is installed in a case that only has access from one side because it's in a shroud to hide it for aesthetic reasons. And so if you have cables sticking out vertically, they're hiding all the potential connectors behind them versus the traditional horizontal two rows of connectors. You avoid that problem altogether. So again, I'm not quite sure why this is done. It doesn't affect the quality of the power supply. I just find it to be weird. But that doesn't mean the power supply is not good. Now we've got our bundle of cables. We've got some nylon zip ties in the box. And way back in the corner, we've got the screws to mount the power supply into whatever case you're going to put it into. So let me go ahead and move this box out of the way. And over there, that'll be fine over there. Charles says hello from South Africa. Nice to see you again in action. I simply get enthralled watching you build computers. It's highly fascinating. Keep those programs coming. Well, like I said, I'm going to get away from building here. This is going to be the last year of me doing builds this regularly. In 2023, I might do one build every couple months, maybe. So I'm kind of getting burned out on it. I've kind of had enough of it. And without somebody here who can pick up and do cable management and do configuration and do the shipping, it's too much for one person to do at scale. But I'm glad you enjoy the content. But I am also a big fan of having content that is that varies. It has a variety, so that we're not just repeating the same old things over and over again. For as many people that say they enjoy watching the builds, I also have viewers saying, I'll watch anything you do but the builds because it just feels like I'm watching an old video. You've already done so many of them, it's just getting boring and dull. And I agree with them. I think it's getting boring and dull for me, and I have to go through what I have and get rid of it, and then I won't stock up on parts like I had done last year, and rather go back to the old school way that if somebody was going to buy a computer, I'll have them just buy their parts and ship them to me. It's just so time consuming to build, and people generally think that your labor is worth nothing because I could do that myself. So it's just not a good field to grow in. It's a great place to get started as a computer technician and do that for a couple of years, but then you're just going to hit a ceiling of how much money you can make because there's not a lot of profit in building computers. And then of course the support afterwards, it's much more costly on the support side of things, even if you didn't do anything wrong, but a part you installed just happened to go bad. So enjoy them this year. I promise you next year this will be much more infrequent. This is the main motherboard power cable here, and one of these has got to go. Let's see how we want to do this. Yeah, okay, so motherboard up here and up here. So you can see the way that these connectors are. So at least these are on the opposite side of the power supply. When you're looking at this power supply when it's mounted in a case, you're going to be looking at it from this side. And so having this cable right here is unfortunate because that blocks your view of what's in between. Where again, if it was horizontal, you wouldn't have a problem looking around it. That's really my only complaint about it. This power supply and all modern power supplies automatically switch between 110 volts or 240 volts depending on what country you're in. They auto sense that and adjust. Back when I first started, there was a switch on the back of a power supply and you had to physically move it. And if that switch got moved even by mistake, it could cause damage to the motherboard. So thank goodness the technology has evolved to a point now where it can auto sense how much power is coming in and then adjust to it. And takes all the anxiety and worry out of it, for me anyway. So this power supply needs a couple cables here. It needs an 8-pin, and it needs a 6-pin. And then this part will go right here where it says PCIe. So there's only room for one of those cables. That's interesting. Oh no, I already hooked one up. Oh no, there's, yeah. So there is two of these. There are two of these. I just forgot I hooked that up when I was talking. But we're not going to use that one, so there's two. That's what there should be. There should always be two. Okay, the rest of these are extras we don't need. I need a power switch, so I'll just grab this little power switch I use here. And I'm going to get my glasses on so I can see. $10 has come in from Don Allen. Says, look like you need some more Gatorade. Yeah, it's getting a little low, isn't it? Thank you, Don. Thanks for supporting the channel. Let's go ahead and plug the connector on right here. If it's going to let us. Yeah, there it goes. And let's see, what do we need? We need some video output, so I'll grab that right here. Video output. There's a lot of video outs on this card. 3 display ports, 2 DVI, and 1 HDMI. And I need a keyboard and a mouse, which I have over here. So let me come around here, turn this keyboard on. This is my dongle, the wireless dongle that controls both the keyboard and the mouse. And we'll plug that in right here. What else? We have video, we have keyboard and mouse, we have power, we have the switch. I think that's all we need to fire it up. Let's just see if it runs. We'll start there and see where it takes us. Josiah Guernsey contributes $1. Thank you, Josiah. All right, let's see. Let's go to my HDMI input. Let me put myself up here in a corner. That ought to be good. And then let's turn the power supply. Oh, power to the power supply. I thought I was missing a cable. That would explain it. So here I've got power, and we'll just plug that in to the power supply and make sure the power supply switch is now in the on position. And now we can test fire this and see what happens. I'll hit the power button. I hope that solid state drive is empty. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Okay, we're off to a good start. It is detecting 32 gigs of RAM. It is a Ryzen 9 3900X 12-core processor, which has 24 threads. That's a serious processor. And nothing to boot from. New CPU is installed. Press F1 to run setup. Okay. That should bring up the BIOS, and it does. And we can look for a new BIOS version. I'm not too concerned about that just yet. So we'll just hit save and exit, which is F10, and hit enter. And then I will grab my Windows 10 installation flash drive. I've got a video that shows you how to make one of these legally and for free. You do have to pay if you want to activate it. And you can get a great price on Windows 10, Windows 11, Office 2016, Office 2019, Office 2021, all legitimate, using my link to VIP CDK deals. You got to use the coupon code to get the discount. I think it's about $15.90. Oh, that loaded something. That's interesting. I don't remember what this was, but because this computer wasn't configured with that solid state drive, there's going to be drivers on there that this computer won't need. So I'm going to go ahead and cut power to it, and I'm going to put my flash drive in that has Windows 10 on it. If you do want to buy from CDK deals, I recommend you pay using PayPal. Because they're out of Hong Kong, your credit card company is going to suspect fraudulent activity unless you normally buy things in Hong Kong. So if you use PayPal, you not only get PayPal's guarantee, but you won't have the issue of fraud concerns, because PayPal's an international, it does international transactions all the time. There's Madi joining us in the chat, contributes $20. Hey Madi, thank you for that as always. Let's get back into this here, and we'll do, let's see, is it F10 or F12 to get us to the boot device? I can't remember. F10, F12. No, I missed it. I'm going to cut it off one more time, turn it back on, and now I'll just start hitting delete, and we'll do this another way here. So once I'm in this BIOS, what I'm going to do is select a different boot device. This is what happens when you move another hard drive, or solid state drive in this case, without erasing it. So what I will do is select, let's see, I guess it's going to be advanced mode, and we'll go to boot. Right up here at the top, and I want to boot to the UEFI SanDisk, so I should just be able to click on that, and then it'll restart and then automatically boot to that flash drive without me having to hit any keys or buttons, in a certain amount of time. And then once we do that, we can erase that solid state drive, then let Windows repartition, reformat it. So this is a pretty standard procedure. If you've been watching my channel for a while, I always do this the same. I've been doing it the same ever since Windows 10 came out, and prior to that with Windows 7. It's always a consistent installation process regardless of the hardware. I'm going to click I don't have a product key. That is the standard step. We're going to put Windows 10 Pro on here and hit next. And then we'll go to the end user license agreement, which you have to agree to, and choose custom. I always choose custom. You'll see there's a lot of partitions all over this thing. So let's add something from Dell. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and delete. Trying to figure out why something from Dell is on here. But we need to delete every one of these partitions on drive 0. We have a lot of them. So I click each one, and then I click delete. And then we're just drive 0 unallocated space, should be right around 1,000 gigs or 1 terabyte, depending on how they do the math. We're right in that ballpark, so that is correct. When I hit next, the Windows installation is going to now repartition the drive, reformat those partitions, and then install Windows 10. So we just wait for right now while this process takes place. And while we're waiting, I'll give a shout out and a thank you to Larry Wood, who has contributed $20. Hey Larry, thank you for that. Duncan E. joins in, says hello. Martin Hogg says hello from Scotland. Hey, Martin, welcome in. There's Joel Flores saying hello from Denver. Then Ben Fitzpatrick and Kenny Whidden. And Mick76 and John Young. And Awakened says, good start. Yeah, well, I'll take what I can get. It's a Monday, so keep my expectations low. Anything can happen. Abdul Azim Patel says, Kerry, I sent that card to you if it's a 970 gigabyte for testing purposes only. Okay, I don't know what this card is. It could be a 970, but I'm just putting it in there just to have something so we can get Windows installed. Video drivers I'm not worried about, but we'll put an NVIDIA card in it regardless. And this card came from somebody named Alvin Shavers. So I don't know if that's you, Abdul. I don't recall. Unless I'm getting, and I could be remembering things wrong. But thank you for sending it, if in fact this one came from you. And if it's a different one you sent, well, thank you for sending that one. they'll get used. John McNally contributes $2 Canadian. And Richard Colin says hello. Chris at Goblin IT is talking to somebody about something. I know, not in that conversation. Jamie McGregor contributes £2. That CPU is quite toasty in the UEFI at 74 centigrade. Yes, yeah, well, because we're running a pretty basic heatsink without any thermal compound. So again, this fascination with heat is just not healthy. The CPU, modern CPUs will protect themselves if they get into a situation that could be detrimental. Running them hot once in a while isn't going to hurt them. If you run them hot consistently from morning to night, day after day, it could, over the long term, be bad for the computer, be bad for the lifespan of it. But if we get a blue screen or something like that that happens during install, then we know that this heatsink's not going to be good enough to continue. But so far, everything's running exactly as I would expect it to, and there's no reason to worry about it. Now, when the computer gets put in the case, we're going to put this Pure Loop 280 millimeter all-in-one liquid cooler on it, and that'll resolve any heat-related problems. But I don't want to waste the thermal compound and all the cleanup. It's not good for the environment. It's a waste of money, and it's not needed. I will advise you guys to stop stressing over heat-related nonsense unless you actually have something that's got a problem due to heat. Avoiding a problem that you would never have, that you've convinced yourself you avoided because you did something you didn't need to do and spent money you didn't need to spend. Well, that's a tough thing to explain to people that are absolutely fixated and they won't hear reason. So I'd rather do this the way I do it on camera, because it's exhausting to try and educate some people who want to fight for their limits. And what I'd rather do is show you how I work and explain to you that doing this for a short period of time is not harmful in any way, shape, or form. Even if the CPU got into the 80 or 90 degrees Celsius range, it's still within its engineering specifications. It's when we go beyond, depending on this AMD CPU, what its thermal junction is, where it throttles. And even then, it doesn't really cause any harm. It could, if it gets too hot, cause a blue screen. But again, it's something that if you do over and over and over for hours and hours and hours, day after day after day, week after week, month after month, your hardware is probably not going to have a very good lifespan, and your electric bill is also probably going to be a bit higher. But, you know, to each their own. I can only show you the way I do it as a professional, and I earn a living at scale. So, you know, I also have to take full accountability and responsibility. If I break something, I have to pay for it. And if I put parts in that aren't needed, that's eating up my time and charging my customer more, and that's not going to be very appreciated by the customer. Okay, let's see. I don't have internet. Continue with limited setup. And we'll just put the word user in here with no password. And I turn all this off except for location settings. That way we can get the time zone, time and date set correctly. And if I want to say, you know, where is pizza near me or something, it'll know where I am without me having to put all that information in by hand every single time. So I like the location setting option. So other than that, I turn all the other ones off. Martin says, hi, Carrie, I hope you enjoyed the LCARS link I sent you. I really enjoyed it 10 years ago, the first time I saw it, but it does kind of amuse me that people send me things that are ancient. But I guess it's new to you. And Martin sent a video of a screensaver, which I thought was weird. You could just download the screensaver. It's been around a long, long time. But I'd prefer if people didn't send links like that to me, only because unless it's brand new news that just came out, which I typically will get the same way you got it, you're just flooding my inbox with unnecessary stuff. And so you often won't get a reply from me from stuff like that, because I'm so buried in Facebook messages, YouTube comments, emails from different email accounts. I'm trying to separate the people who need help from the people who just have nothing to do but they want to talk. And so, well, I appreciate your intent on that. Yeah, it's just kind of gets in the way of me trying to get through the messages I have. So I hope you understand again, we're talking about scale. We're talking about, you know, how many people are watching this video right now. We've got nearly 500 people watching. And then after it's live, there'll be several thousand people that watch it. And some people have legitimate concerns and questions, and others just want to say hello or, hey, have you seen this or have you seen that? And so I do my best to try and get through that stuff as much as possible. So Paul Garrett contributes 5 Australian dollars. He says, loving your work, Carrie. Great streams lately. Can I please be blue? I've been watching over 6 years. Hi, Paul. You're not blue yet? Well, yeah, we'll make you blue. Thank you. Thank you for supporting the channel and for being a part of our amazing community here. So let's take a look now with the desktop settings. Okay, so it's all loaded up. I don't need the Windows 10 Media flash drive installed anymore. So we'll go ahead and pull that. And now that we've already created an account, a local account on Windows, I can safely plug in the internet and do our Windows updates right now, which will probably grab us some updated GeForce drivers as well, whether we like it or not. That's something Microsoft's going to take care of for us. So let me go back over to a larger screen. And I'm going to click no on that. Oh, too late. Click get started here to get rid of that notification. And I'm going to click no on that. And then I'll hit complete setup without signing in. Okay, so that's taken care of. This resolution's got to be at 4K, which is made everything super tiny for me. And I can't change it because the driver isn't correct. So I'm going to have to live with it until the driver gets put on. So we'll go to Windows Update, and we'll check for updates right there and let that do its thing. And while that's running, be happy to answer any questions you guys may have in the chat room. I do encourage people, you know, if they're in the mood to chat or they want to share information, then, you know, silly stuff, yeah, please do it in the chat. I do try to keep my email for serious business inquiries and concerns. Again, just because there's so much of it every day. It just never ends. So I appreciate your consideration. Luke Greenia says, Carrie, I used the link in the email you sent me to buy that router. Not sure you got a commission using that link, so I sent you $25 via PayPal. Hey, Luke, thank you so much for that. Yeah, if you use a link that I sent you, and here's a good example. You know, talk to Luke in direct messaging through email about some questions he had and made a recommendation and generated an Amazon link for him and said, you know, this is what I would do if I were you. And he was just following up saying he used that link, and yes, I will receive a commission on that. Anytime you use any of my Amazon links that take you to Amazon, anything you purchase at Amazon, I'll make a small commission on. You won't pay any more for it. Nothing changes on your side of things. And even if the link you've clicked on was for a different product, as long as you're in that same Amazon browser session, anything you buy, I'll make a small little commission on. And I appreciate you guys supporting the channel that way as well. I can't see who is purchasing. I can only see what has been purchased and what I've earned commissions on. Like it might say, this particular router was sold at this day at this time, and this is how much it sold for, and this is how much commission you make on it. And so every time somebody purchases something, it all goes into a 30-day, it's paid every 30 days. So that's how Amazon can be transparent with what commissions you've earned without exposing any names or addresses or locations of the people who are doing the buying. So it is, you know, completely safe that way. There's no way for me to know who has purchased what because of that. But do know that if you use my links, I do make a small commission, and I appreciate your support when you do that way. Again, there's no downside for you. It's the same everything for you. Gustavo says, I accidentally wiped everything from a laptop and tried to install an operating system with drivers, but the laptop is locked with a locked BIOS password. It's an HP EliteBook 8470. I would talk to whoever set the password up, or I would call HP support, or I would take it to a local repair shop that has the ability to open the laptop and reset that BIOS password by resetting the BIOS, by removing batteries. It's quite a cumbersome project and not for the faint of heart. The easiest thing to do would be to get the password from whoever set it. I'm not quite sure why you would need to get into a BIOS if you're just reinstalling Windows. It doesn't make any sense to me. You should be able to simply boot off a Windows 10 installation media, load off of that, and then just follow the steps. There should be no reason you would need to get into the BIOS. One of the things you've got to be concerned about as a technician when customers bring up questions like this, it suggests theft is involved. And so most places won't do that kind of work, whether you're a victim, you know, maybe you bought a laptop off Craigslist and you find out it's got a password, and that might lead to the fact that it was stolen. Or it was something set up by your work and they password protected it, and then they said, oh, you can keep the laptop. You'd have to go back and reach out to somebody at that employer and say, what's the default password? Or you can call HP, or as I mentioned, you can take it to a shop and explain the situation and see if they'll be willing to take on that liability, because otherwise they'd be aiding and abetting in stolen property. So that is the ultimate concern, and I'm not saying you stole it, but unless there's evidence that it's yours, some purchase receipt or something that can identify it as being unquestionably yours, a lot of places won't do anything involving passwords. It's very, very high-risk liability. Just so you know. Just so you know. Paul Garrett says he just grabbed a 5-year sub to RoboForm. Right on, Paul. Yeah, it's a great deal. Andy says the CMOS battery, you mean? I mean both batteries. the main laptop battery will have to be removed, and then the CMOS battery will have to be removed. Now that is a universal way of wiping out BIOS passwords on laptops or desktops. There may be alternative ways that the manufacturer has implemented, but again, you'd have to ask the manufacturer, because if they do that, they probably only do it to specific models, and you'd have to find out if you have one of those models. And we're still, what are we at here? Downloading cumulative updates. Okay, we're going to let that just keep running. And as you can see, we're not having any heat-related issues on this at all. Matt Zoloff says, Carrie, I guess you mean you buy from Amazon.com, not Amazon.se. That's correct. My Amazon links are strictly pointing to Amazon.com here in the United States. I have not set up other payment processes through other Amazon sites throughout the world, because I just don't have enough viewers to justify the amount of effort that takes to get that set up. If Amazon makes it easier, I thought this one link thing would work for me, but it doesn't look like it's quite ready for prime time yet. But you know, we might have 3 or 4 viewers in Sweden. I'm unlikely to really make any profit from just a couple of people. So if there's a big enough crowd in another country that would justify going through the steps to set myself up for payments there, then I would do that. But that's generally true of all Amazon, all YouTube channels. I'm not aware of, are you aware of any YouTube channels that provide links to other countries or have one link that works around the world? Because as far as I know, it can't be done. You could manually create, you know, log into each Amazon manually and then create the links manually for each item. And then that confuses other people who don't understand why you've got multiple links for the same product, and then that leads to more questions. And then I just don't want to work that hard for 50 cents. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's for Amazon.com is where I generate the commissions. And of course, if anybody else has any suggestions for any of the questions that are asked today in the chat room, don't hesitate to offer up your suggestions as well. It's not all about the answers I provide, and I provide answers the way that, generally speaking, a professional repair organization doing electronics repair does, with the support, liability, and accountability concerns that average ordinary folks don't really have any accountability when it comes to offering advice on the internet. So feel free to offer yours, but before you take any advice, do know the difference between those who are accountable and those who aren't. And it's very easy to make a bad situation worse. Ninja says, I remove the CMOS battery, but when I try to turn my PC on, it doesn't turn on. It only shows the hard drive light. Well, a lot of times you have to, a lot of times the system won't boot without the CMOS battery in it. So you can't just take the CMOS battery out and then expect the machine to work. I've got a video demonstrating that very issue. There's a dead HP computer that wouldn't boot up, just same thing, hard drive LED. And it did have a CMOS battery in it, but it was completely flat. You know, it had no charge in it at all. And when I took the battery out, popped in the new battery, and I hit the power button, the machine booted up just fine. And so that video is available if you want to watch it. Not all motherboards work that way, but some do. And yeah, you definitely want to have a fresh, good BIOS battery or CMOS battery if you want your computer to boot properly time after time. Bob R has contributed 20 bucks. Hey, Carrie says, this is for support of the streams. Thanks for all you do. Thank you, Bob. That's Bob R. We're still installing here, so we're just waiting for that to finish up. And while we're waiting, I'm happy to take any other questions you've got. David says, is that a WinForce 980? I don't know yet, but after we do our updates and reboot, we'll be able to go into the device manager and see what this is. Joe Johnson says, Carrie, I've been watching your channel for a couple of years now. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and experience. Right on, Joe. I'm glad that you appreciate and value what I'm doing here. Not everybody does, so getting those kind words means a lot to me, and I'll make sure you're blue in there. I appreciate you. Mike Vision said, I made a small contribution via PayPal so you can get a better portion of the donation. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. PayPal takes about 3%. Amazon, if you do a super chat contribution, they take 30%. And Amazon gift cards, which I deeply appreciate, they don't take anything at all, and there's no delay. As soon as you send the gift card, it's made available, immediately available to me. And generally, the contributions are all being spent at Amazon anyway. Like I said, everything you see on my videos, for the most part, has all been purchased from Amazon. So we could just cut out the middleman and go right to Amazon. But any support of any kind is appreciated, whether it's your participation here in the chat room or sharing the links on your favorite social media sites and forums, or just hanging out and interacting with each other and myself. There's all different ways of showing support, and I appreciate all of them for sure. So thank you for that. Arcadian Mister says you have to remove the power plug, not just the BIOS battery. Oh, this is true, and I made an assumption there that anybody who had any common sense would have known that. So of course I should have said it, because people are too literal these days. Did you take a bath? Yeah. Did you use soap? No. Did you dry off? No. So yes, you want to make sure that anytime you're going to work on a laptop, you don't want to have it plugged in. And that goes for any electronic device. You never work on anything plugged in. This whole idea that it's grounded is somehow safer. It's more dangerous if it's an earth ground. You want a type of a floating ground, if you will, an anti-static ground, not an earth ground. An earth ground gives the electricity a pathway that, under high voltage scenarios, if the muscle constricts, you can't let go, and it'll just never end because you've got this never-ending earth ground. It's extraordinarily dangerous. But leave the equipment unplugged whenever you're going to have your hands in it, regardless of the nonsense you've heard these other YouTube hobbyists talk about. They're not electrical engineers. And if you don't believe me, take a class in electrical engineering at your local community college. Or risk yourself, but don't say I didn't warn you. People get away with it right up until they don't. So better to be safe than sorry. And yeah, you want no power to the laptop. That includes any source of power, whether it's plugged into the wall, the main laptop battery, or the CMOS battery. In this case, for resetting the BIOS, you'd want the CMOS battery removed. In other cases, the CMOS battery's low voltage, and like any other battery, it's not going to hurt you. But to properly drain the laptop of all power, you've got to remove all sources of power, all batteries included. But I appreciate you mentioning that. Okay, how are we doing over here? I can't see the screen because it's too small. Let me make that a little bit bigger for me. It's 74% on that one. Whoopsie. Go back. Okay, we're just going to wait for that to finish. Shouldn't be too much longer. Bernard C. says, had to run for cover, 45-mile-an-hour winds and snowing hard. Oh, I wish we had that. I got the air conditioning running. It's so freaking hot outside today. All right, looks like we just have that one other update, or do we? Oh, it's moving along. Okay. Yeah, so in any event, when I talk to people in the chat and I'm giving you instruction, I'm doing so as if you were working for me, like you were my employee, and you were going to be putting hands onto my customer's equipment. And there's a certain amount of respect and consideration and how you handle the things and the safety precautions you use, because it's not yours. In my opinion, you should handle your own equipment with the same respect and concern. But I get pretty stern when I talk about the processes because that could kill my career financially and reputation-wise if I did half of the things these YouTube enthusiasts do on their channels. All right, now I can restart this. Here we go. Andy wants to know what I'm going to do with this build when I'm finished building it. It's going to go up for an informal auction. Leave a comment for what your offer would be, and it'll go to the highest bidder. Of course, I can only ship within the United States, so you'd have to be within the lower 48. What else? That's pretty much it. Whoever the highest bidder is who it'll go to. And in that money, it's another way to support the channel. That money goes back in, because it's coming to me, it's going to go back over to other projects for the channel, other giveaways, etc., etc. Greg M wants to know if I want 50 centimeters of snow. Sure, I'll take it. I'd love to have that. Are you kidding me? And there goes my air conditioner back on again. It's getting warm. How hot is it outside now? It's feeling like we're getting to 90. Yeah, it's only 84. Feels worse than that for some reason. And let's see. Michael Martin sent $12.46 via PayPal, and Luke Greenia with a $25 contribution. So thanks you guys again for supporting the channel. Kyle sent a message on Facebook. He wants to know what the first PC I ever worked on was when I first started in this field. I've already got a video called How I Got Started. If you just search for How I Got Started, Kerry Holzman. It's a long explanation and goes through the process, and you can check that out. It's, I think, a pretty interesting story. And it wasn't something that I was looking to do for a living. I kind of fell into it. Let's go to display settings and see if we can change these display settings now. 1080 by 1920, 1920 by 1080. Okay. And if we look at the device manager, display driver is a GTX 970. Something here is missing a driver, so I'm not too worried about that just yet. We're going to go back to Windows Update. Download and install this optional cumulative update. Larry Wood says, Kerry, I've got a new laptop. Well, it's new to him. It's an old laptop. Has a soldered CPU. Would it be worth having a new one updated, or can a person resolder a new one? They're not intended for any sort of replacement of a CPU. It's all surface mounted. People who have exceptional skill and the right equipment to do that kind of work, it's probably possible, though you may have issues with the BIOS. The laptop manufacturer isn't spending anything they don't have to. So it's quite possible that you could, even if you had the talent and the tools to swap the CPU, that the BIOS won't recognize what it is. I wouldn't do it. If the laptop's not good enough, it's time to replace it. You're still going to be extremely obsolete in the case of a chipset, battery life, screen resolution. There could be exploits and security issues with that technology. If the laptop is more than 6 or 7 years old, you've got nothing else better to do and you don't care if you break it, have yourself a good time. But I would never do that. Never in a million years would I ever do that. Laptops are just too cheap these days to make that worthwhile. But again, if you're looking for the experience and you find that a challenge, have at it. But I'm certainly not the kind of person who would advocate for that. There's K Cordius Technology joining us, and Paul1961 in the chat room, as well as Randy Reed and Awakened. Patrick Manny there, and Enforcer P says hello. Let's view these optional updates here. There could be a driver in there that's going to solve that issue in the device manager. Yep, I bet you that solves it. Lugrini says he's still loving the Musatex build that we sent to him. Rock solid since day one. Well, it's brand new. I would expect when you have a problem, it's going to be one of those fans, and that'll take a while. You know, if you dust it, keep it clean. Don't mind me. I'm going to step off camera and get a cold Gatorade while we're waiting for these updates. But yeah, nothing wrong with the case and nothing wrong with the parts we used. It's just the case has those really inexpensive fans, and they're of proprietary nature, and so, you know, eventually they're going to make a noise or they're going to fail, whichever happens first. And, you know, the system will run fine even without it, but it's just there for aesthetics, really. But yeah, I wouldn't send somebody a computer that didn't last a couple of months. You haven't had it that long, so I expect nothing less, but I appreciate the update. It's working as expected. And the case had some limitations for building and upgrading, and that would be another potential issue that would be, you know, off in the future, potentially. Why Davies has provided me a link to manage links internationally. It's not a problem of managing the links. It's a matter of setting up the tax requirements for each country for you to basically take money from another country and bring it into America. It's got to be held accountable, and you've got to be able to follow it. So that's the hard part. It's not. The generation of links is the easy part. It's the initial setup to make it so that you can get paid. There's usually verifications that have to go through to first verify you're not a scammer or you're pulling some kind of a scam. And so it's usually not something you just put a few clicks on and you're done with. Sometimes they put something in the mail to you to verify you've got an accurate address. It'll have like a PIN code. You've got to wait for that mail to arrive. You're just sitting in limbo and you can't do anything until you get that piece of mail. That'll have a code on it, and then you log back into whatever Amazon site You'll have to do this maybe for everyone you sign up for, and enter that code, and then they authorize the account. Then you can complete your how you want to get paid, and then there's sometimes verification if you want to have like direct deposit. They've got to verify that your routing number and account number are accurate. They'll usually make a small deposit, which may take a couple days to go through, and then they're going to ask you how much the small deposit was, and it should match. It'll be a few pennies, and then you're ready to accept payment. So again, it's not hard work, but it's time consuming, and you have to do that for each Amazon site potentially, and you'll have to update that every year. So there's not enough viewers in other countries for my channel to justify that. Maybe a link in Australia, maybe a link in England, and maybe a link in Canada. Those would be the 3 most viewed areas outside of the US that I have in my audience. All the other countries, we just have a little handful. We can count on one hand the number of people that watch us from Japan or even Thailand. So there's, or Holland, Amsterdam, the Netherlands. I don't have many viewers there to justify going through all that effort. But I appreciate the thoughtfulness, but it's not like all I do is click a box and it's done, or it would have been done. But the internet's so filled with fraud, you can't blame them for going through these steps. And people make mistakes. They don't want to start depositing money without verifying it's your account, because then you're going to complain you never got the money. Somebody else doesn't know you and you don't know them, is going to wonder why they got this deposit. Maybe they won't even notice. They'll just say, hey, free money, and maybe they'll spend it. So it's not just fraud reasons, but there's tax reasons. Obviously, the government wants to know if you're making money, and I lost my train of thought. There were 3 things, but yeah, you get the gist of it. Matt Soloff says, or Sweden. Exactly. I do have a lot of viewers in Scotland, but again, I think, if I set myself up with Amazon.co.uk, that should cover all of Great Britain. And that would be worth doing. That in Canada are probably the 2 biggest, and in Australia would be about the 3rd largest audience. It would be the 4th, right? America's the largest audience that I have. And if I overdub my videos in Spanish, I could release them to lots of other places around the world, and then, of course, generate links for everywhere they speak Spanish, from all the Central American countries as well as Spain. Let's see, how are we doing on this? Yeah, we always get stuck at that 74% there. All right, and then we can start putting the motherboard into the case along with this power supply. Now that we're verifying everything seems to be working just fine. And then we can install the liquid cooler, and then we should be good to go. So it should be a pretty easy build. Frank M is saying hello. Welcome in, Frank. Okay, looks like we're ready to reboot. Bill Ottinger says hello. Welcome in, Bill. And Peter Rayner says hello. Jim Maloney says hello. Frankie McAvoy, Carrie, you have little old me here in Waterford, Ireland. Yeah, we have a number of viewers in Ireland, Scotland, and around England and Wales. Yeah, it's pretty neat that I have so many people in the UK watching. All right, let's go check for updates one more time. I think we should be all updated. Skip that. And while that is checking, let's look back at the device manager and see if those drivers fixed whatever the issue was. Yeah, everything looks good now. And whoops, let's see if Windows activated automatically, because it was activated when Marvin had it, and the activation should stay tied to the motherboard even though I entered no product key. Windows is activated. You see that? So I did not have to re-enter the same product key that was used on it because it's tied to the motherboard. Nor did I have to sign in with a Microsoft account for that to work. If you force the product key to be activated on another motherboard, then it will not automatically reactivate on this board ever again. Or if somebody steals your product key and uses it on their machine, then that won't work for you, right? Whatever the last machine it allowed activation on is where that activation is going to stay tied. So we're going to go ahead and shut this down now. There's nothing else I need to do to it. At this point, it's just going to be the process of getting it mounted into the case. So let me go full screen back on camera 1. There we go. The system is powered off, but the RGB on the board stays on. So I'm going to go ahead and cut power to the power supply right here, and I'm going to step away here just a minute. All right, sorry about that. All right, so we can start to unplug everything now so we can get it prepared to go into our case. And I'm excited to show you this new case from Be Quiet. It's a pretty nice looking case. Let's go ahead and just put this stuff away. Set this aside so we have some room to work with here. And we're going to need this shortly. And then let me step around here and unplug the video, the network, and the wireless keyboard and mouse dongle. And I'll just set that there. Then I can take out the video card here, pressing in the latch. And just put that up there for now. Okay. Now, let's put the board, you know what, I'll put the board up here, put this sideways, and I'll show you this case. This is the 500DX in white. It's also available in black. We've got two 140mm fans, one in the back, one in the front, pre-installed. We have two USB ports. One is USB 3.0 Type A, and then we have a Type C USB 3.1. And in this case, we have a motherboard that does support that, so that's great. Up here on top, let's see, I've got the owner's manual. There is a magnetic screen. This is if you were bringing air into the system, you filter it. But if we're putting a liquid cooler up here, and if we're going to blow the air out the top, we don't want to have this on because it'll restrict the airflow coming out. And we've got all the different slots and grooves up on top for different size liquid coolers to go. It's also got nice high heels when it comes to the ground clearance here. It's got good shoes on it. You lift it up off the ground, so if it's on carpeting, it's not likely going to suffocate. Tempered glass panel, of course. And then this front RGB lights up right down the front. I think this white is going to tie in with the white on this board really, really well. Of course, the power supply is black, but there is a shroud. That's the only thing you're going to see on the power supply is from behind the computer, so that's not a big deal. And overall, you know, it's a solid case as far as the gauge of the metal. It's not one of those budget cases that flexes. It's a pretty strong case. And the power supply has a, you could take out this, basically a subframe. You can put that right on the power supply right now, and then you just slide the power supply in. So why not do that? That seems easy enough to do. Let me spin around and come to the other side. And we'll grab the power supply screws that came with the power supply. We're going to use those. And let me find my scissors so I can open this little plastic bag with the screws in it. And let me step around. The super high-end graphics cards NVIDIA is selling, like the 3090 Ti, they want 850 watts bare minimum on those. So this is good for any video card on the market paired with whatever CPU you've got that's a consumer-based CPU. If you're getting in more to Threadripper or the Xeon stuff, then you probably want even more power in that scenario. This piece, this little subframe here, is going to attach just like so. I don't know that it has an up or down. I don't think it matters if we put it on this way or this way. It should be the same regardless. And I'll just set this up here for right now so you can kind of see what I'm doing. And look at these screws out. And I'll grab that Milwaukee M4. I don't know why they've given us 5 screws. I don't know, is that a packaging mistake? I've never seen a power supply come with anything other than the 4 screws that it requires. But I'll never complain if I have extras. I will complain if they didn't give me enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's weird. Well, I'll have a bonus. It's a bonus. All right, so if I just take this and line it up like so. There's one. Boy, lighting in here is not good. It's really hard to see where the holes are. I'll grab my glasses so as I can see. Interesting. Let's loosen that up a little bit. That's why you don't want to tighten the screws all the way down on anything you're installing until all the screws are started, so that you can kind of wiggle it around so it aligns properly. And then once you've got them all started, then you can go ahead and tighten them down. This screwdriver has an automatic off clutch, and that's why you'll hear it click when it hits the torque setting I've got it set to, which is just 3. And then I'll tighten these down a little bit more by hand a little bit later. But that pretty much mounts the power supply. All the hard work is done. We've already got the cables we need attached, and then we can just slide the power supply right in there. fan facing down. These help to just get them started by hand. The Lazy Susan's rotating on me as I'm putting pressure inward, and it's kind of looking like it's starting crooked. All right, so that's it for the power supply install. We have an extra screw. I'll put that in the extra screw bin, and we'll take the glass panel off here. I recommend leaving the last screw on top so the whole thing doesn't tilt forward. And I'm holding the glass in with my other hand so it won't fall forward on me. Now the glass should pull straight out. Yep. And it's just got these little rubber grommets that we're holding it in place. And that's the inside of our case. And we'll take this other side panel off while we're at it, and that's going to give us access to this side of the power supply. Obviously, we can't access the power supply because of the shroud. And of course, that helps make the machine look prettier. But this is the solid build quality I've come to expect from Be Quiet, the sound dampening material here on the back of the case to help keep the noise down. And if we come around the back, we've got a bracket here for two 2.5-inch SATA drives, one screw, and this whole piece can come out if it's getting in your way, if you have to get back behind the CPU for mounting a cooler. And you can leave it off or put it back on, that's up to you. We've got some cable management consideration here that's pretty generous, lots of room there. We've got an ARGB header here as well as a SATA power connector to power the lighting on this case. And then our front port umbilicals, and then a box with accessories here. So all in all, this is a pretty nice case, especially for the money. We've got a headphone and microphone jack up here that are separated. We've got no reset button, but we do have a button that will control the colors of the lights. If you don't hook up the ARGB to control it through software, you can just push a button and control it that way. I imagine this front probably pulls off. Let's see if I'm right or wrong. Wow, that sucker is in there. Something holding it in that I'm not noticing. That usually just pops right off. There is a filter up front with another fan. Back here, see there's a 140 millimeter Be Quiet Pure Wings 2 fan on the back, with space for 2 more fans. Up on top, there's a third fan I just now saw, another 140 up here. We're gonna take that one out, and we're not gonna use it. Now what we could do is we could add that fan down here at the front if we wanted to, but I'm gonna advise against it. There's no reason to have a fan in the back and a fan on the top if they're both evacuating air. You should do one or the other. In fact, we really don't even need this rear fan because we're going with a liquid cooler and we'll probably be exhausting the air out the top of the case. So we'd have the air coming in from the front and then exhausting out the top. If we leave this fan and that fan, all that air is moving from the front to the back pretty well straight through. If we have a graphics card, it'll be mounted right about there. That puts us right in line with this fan, meaning any fan above or below would be no benefit to us. It looks like there's room for 2 more 2.5-inch solid state drives. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this will fit 4 2.5-inch solid state drives. Our motherboard standoffs are all pre-installed in the standard ATX positions. And I'm sure there's a hard drive cage in here that I'm not paying attention to. Let me swing this around. Yes, we have our hard drive cage here that looks like it'll hold two 3.5-inch mechanical hard drives for, you know, big storage. There's your power connector, 3-pin fan header for that fan, another 3-pin fan header for each of those fans, and then the Velcro cable tie management. What are they called? These Velcro straps for cable management are nice to have. Makes the cable management a lot easier when they're giving you a lot of room for cables, and you don't have to worry about, like in my case, when I run cable management, I'm constantly cutting off cable ties after I've realized I forgot a cable or another cable got twisted in there or something like that. I have to take it all back apart. So for right now, I'm going to go ahead and take this top fan out. Now, if you were not using a liquid cooler, you could still take the top fan out as long as you keep the back fan. Or you can leave all three in there. It's not going to hurt anything. But we cannot have this and have room for a radiator. So we have to pick one or the other. So that grinding sound is the sound of the clutch on this driver. Usually when you're unscrewing things, you could put it into drill mode. But if those screws are super tight, it's going to keep hitting that low torque setting, and you hear that grinding sound. But that's normal. It's the way it's designed. It's not stripping out the screw or, you know, putting a bunch of pressure on the screw. So that is a brand new, perfectly good fan. We'll set it aside and use it in something in the future. That one kind of snuck up on me because when I was looking at the case early on, I only saw the two fans. I didn't realize there were three in there. So again, my main issue, if I have any issue with Be Quiet, it's sometimes they do things that don't make any sense. Not that it's harmful, but it just doesn't make any sense. In the accessories box, let's see what we get. Let me come back around here. What do we have? Empty box. We have a bag that has some screws, some cable ties, and a little Phillips screwdriver socket for removing the motherboard standoffs. That's pretty cool to have that. Now, you know, as a professional system builder and repair technician, I have a dedicated tool just for the 5mm standoffs, and you'll see them sometimes on the back of computers where the, like a VGA or DVI video output has those little nuts, and that's what's the same size. That's what that socket will fit, but it's primarily included for moving the motherboard standoffs to accommodate other motherboard standards. This will fit a full ATX, micro ATX, or mini ITX system. But given that it's got a glass panel, if we put a mini ITX system, it's basically going to be the size of that hole. And you're otherwise going to have a big empty case. It's going to look weird. But yeah, this is that little socket I was talking about. These are really handy to have in your toolbox. It's Phillips on one end, and it's a 5mm socket on the other side of it. That's a nice touch. I'm glad they did that. Now we've got three separate pockets. One, two, and I just spilled them everywhere. I knew that was going to happen. That contain three different kinds of screws. Let me just pick these up before I step on them barefoot because, well, I'm not barefoot now. I will be later. And if I miss any, I guarantee I'll find it when I step on it. I can laugh about it now, but they hurt when you step on them. It's like stepping on Legos. All right, so these are just standard hex head screws. It's very similar, identical to the ones that were used in the power supply. We could have used these instead. They are exactly the same screw. And in the other bags, we have the finer thread screws, which are traditionally used to mount 2.5-inch solid-state drives, or even though this case doesn't permit it, things like optical drives would use those screws. And then finally, we have just more of the same. These are more shallow hex head screws. I'm guessing these are used for mounting the motherboard, whereas these other ones are just traditional computer screws. I think the heads are just a little different. Maybe not. They might all just be identical. No, these have a little shoulder on them. So these with the little shoulder, these would typically be used for hard drives, 3.5-inch hard drives. See this little area right down here where it's not threaded? They call that a shoulder. You would not use these for mounting the motherboard. The others that I thought looked exactly the same are a traditional hex head computer screw with no shoulder at all. So these are probably what we need for the motherboard, or it's also possible they're going to use these fine threaded screws. Let me just see right now which one is. Yeah, it's definitely the basic computer screw, which is what I predicted. Very good. And we'll move these cable ties out of the way, like so. Okay. Justin Davis contributes $5. Says sneezes travel at about 100 miles per hour. Okay. I'm not sure what that has to do with anything, but thank you for the support. Thank you for contributing to the channel. Let me just bring this down. Like so. It would probably be easier for me to put the liquid cooler in first, but who am I to do things the easy way? We have a built-in I/O shield on this motherboard, so we don't have any I/O shield to worry about popping in there. Just set this down, and we'll make sure that all the standoffs that came pre-installed are installed where we need them to be. And so for this, I grab my glasses, and we'll come over here. You see we've got a large filter down below for the power supply, and this should be a slide out filter. Some way it slides out. Usually you would be looking at the computer from the front, and you'd reach under and you'd feel it and slide this out. And it's important that you clean this out from time to time. I'd recommend at least once a year. Otherwise you could be suffocating your power supply. It could be completely clogged. And all your temperature sensors do not report back the power supply temperature. And this idea that people are fixated on their CPU temp or their solid state drive temp, and they're completely oblivious to the power supply temp is irritating and kind of funny at the same time. Okay, so now looking at where the mounting holes are, these are all standard ATX mounting positions on this board, and that is 3 mounting holes across the top, 3 mounting holes across the bottom, and 3 mounting holes across the middle. Now this board is a little difficult to install because the rear fan makes it an awfully tight fit, but it should align with the center hole, which is a post on the standoff behind it, and that should hold the motherboard in place for us so we can secure it down. So I'm going to grab my red driver again, and leaving that torque setting at 3, and we'll get this installed so I can lift it back up and show you what it looks like. Unfortunately, I can't get a camera angle for you on this, but I have shown this countless times in the last 14 years here on YouTube, and you need only look at any of those pre-recorded, edited videos for those kinds of close-ups. And then on occasion, when we've had someone here to hold the camera, we've gotten in there, but it's just me putting the screws here into these mounting holes. And so even though there are 9 holes, one of them is just a post that holds the board in position, so we're only going to use 8 screws. It's like butter. Everything fits perfect, like it was meant to be there. You don't see me struggling to realign the board. And we should just have one more left. And it's in the upper left corner here. Really hard for me to get at. I'll tell you what, we should be able to set this up now. Set it up right. There we go. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, that's the post. 3, 1, 2, and then I've got to get that one way back in the corner. That's the hard one to get. I'm going to go ahead and take this heatsink off. We're done with it. And again, that's why I didn't put any thermal compound. Right, so I can put that away and use it for another day on another project. It served its purpose, which was enabling us to get Windows installed and test the board before going through the process of installing, finding out something was wrong, and then having to uninstall. You'll typically only see me do that with used hardware or hardware that I don't know the condition of. If I'm building out of brand new parts, usually you just pretty confidently put it all together and you don't really have to worry about testing it. Pretty rare when stuff that's brand new arrives with a problem. It happens, but it's really rare. Versus working with hardware I'm not familiar with. I don't know its history. I don't know how it was handled by the previous owner. I don't want to go through all the effort and then turn around and have to undo it. So putting a temporary heatsink on that makes it super easy and convenient to take it on and take it off as needed. We're going to leave this off. As I mentioned, when we put the cooler on, we're going to be exhausting air out the top, and we don't want this restricting that airflow. There's no point in filtering exhaust air. You don't have an exhaust filter on your car. I guess you have a muffler. But no, it's that's a dust filter, and so it's blocking dust from coming in. You don't want to block the dust from getting out. Okay, let's see. So that's the way the board's going to look in there. It's just like perfect color arrangement on there. I didn't know this case was white until I opened it earlier today. So that just was coincidence that worked out. All right, so the rest of these screws here, and this bag of screws as well, those can be saved. So what I'll do is, using the little Ziploc bag they were originally in, I'm just going to go ahead and pop them all back in there. I don't think I need any more. The other screws for the liquid cooler will be included with the liquid cooler, and the screws to secure the video card are also included here. So this would just be for future upgrades to whoever buys the computer. So let's keep that put away so we don't knock it over. You know what I'll do? I'm going to put the glass, the screws for the glass in here as well, because I don't want to lose those. And I'll throw the keyboard dongle back up here so I don't have it knocked over on the desk. And now, well, let's see, what else can I clear out? Let's clear out the extra cabling we don't need. And then we have the documentation for the power supply, documentation for the Samsung 980, and documentation for the case. Now, I don't like reading the documentation because, as a technician for as long as I've been, if it's not intuitive to me, then it's not a good design. And so far, everything has been very intuitive. The downside is there could be a feature that I'm not looking for that might be unique to the case that I wouldn't know about unless I read the documentation. However, at this point, I'm just trying to build a computer, doing everything standard and routine. And if there's any bonus on top of that, then, you know, so be it. But for right now, I'm enjoying building in this case. It's nice and easy to work in. I also like that you'll see a couple of thumb screws back here that I want to point out. These two down here are to remove the hard drive cage. If you wanted more room for cable management to tuck under there, you could completely remove this cage. And then there's a thumb screw up here, and that removes this whole tray for the additional 2.5-inch solid state drives. So both solid state drive attachments do come out if you want to lighten the case up. This is the side that's got a solid panel, so nobody's going to see it regardless. That's really a personal choice. And the other side of this contains the Be Quiet logo, which is right here, and that's just a little plastic piece that snaps in place. And you can see the clips for that right here on each side. These little clips will pop that logo out if for some reason you wanted to do that. We also have a lot of wire management clips or bridges across punched out at the back of the motherboard tray. So again, lots of good cable management consideration in this case, and I certainly appreciate that. I've worked on enough cases that had no cable management consideration that, you know, gives me a new appreciation for it when I see it. So that's where we're at with the build. So the motherboard's installed, power supply is installed, and the motherboard is prepped with the RAM and storage, but we still have to put the cooler in. So let me just move this back a ways. Put that up there. That's not gonna be good. I'm gonna put this away with the rest of the stuff. Normally, I put the extra parts in the motherboard box, but that wasn't, as far as I know, given to Marvin, so he didn't have it to give to me. Regardless, as long as we keep it together in a box or even a Ziploc bag and take a Sharpie and write what it's for, I like to keep everything together for each build so that I don't know, or I'm not in a position where I don't know which screws go to which computer, especially when it comes to the glass and stuff like that. There's a method to my madness. Remember, when you're doing things at scale, it's very different compared to just building one for yourself where, you know, those are the only screws you've got. When you've got, you know, 60 or 70 or 80 of them to build and no two are the same, then knowing which screws go to which system gets pretty important. And it's very easy to lose track as I pick up from one project and get distracted and move to a different project and then have to go back and finish what I started earlier. I can't remember which screws went where or which screws belong to which system. So the way I deal with that, my process, is to keep everything all together from the owner's manuals to spare parts and spare screws and keep it with the build. And then that prevents that confusion, and that's a big waste of time that interferes significantly in productivity. All right, let's take a look at this all-in-one cooler, see what we got here. Would thermal paste, that's from Casey Perry, will thermal paste need replaced more frequently on newer, higher wattage graphics cards? I would assume it would dry out faster. So remember I talked about this really unhealthy obsession with computer temperatures? You should never replace thermal paste. Never. Never replace thermal paste. It is designed for the life of the product. Anything you put onto it will probably be inferior. It might be, you know, better in cooling properties, but it's going to be very minor. But with regards to longevity, that's yet to be determined, and you can cause damage. You can make a very simple mistake and damage a graphics card. So my advice is that you should not be worried about temperatures for your CPU or your GPU unless you're having a problem. If you want to have a problem, then by all means go ahead and do that. If you've got extra money with nothing else better to do with your time, and that's how you wish to spend your money and your time to fix things that aren't broken and potentially break them in the process or put them in a worse condition than if you'd left it alone, it's your stuff. You can do whatever you want with it, but I would not advise it. And certainly anybody running a business professionally wouldn't waste their time and disrespect their customers by performing unnecessary work. So yeah, I absolutely would suggest that you find other things that you could use your money and time with that would be more beneficial to your computer's performance, reliability, and security. When I worked at Intel, we had over 5,000 employees in the Chandler campus, and there never in my entire history with the company did we ever replace thermal compound on a desktop workstation or a laptop. Never in my entire history with that company. That never fixed any problems. That's all enthusiast, hobbyist brainwashing. It comes from an enthusiast mindset where people are pushing the hardware beyond its original design specifications. They're making it go faster than it was designed to go, and they're making it consume more power than it was designed to take. That generates more heat and requires, you're exaggerating, not exaggerating, you're stretching out the performance, and usually it's in single digits or very low double digits performance gains. But the cost of it is the damage to the equipment over the long term, or right away if you don't know what you're doing, or you're extremely unlucky. The thermal material and the application of that is a waste of time. The way the manufacturer and their highly scholared engineers have configured it is the optimal configuration. Anything you do to that is likely going to make it less efficient, and I mean over the long term. A lot of people will say, well, look how much better it is now. I say, okay, wait 3 years. A lot of that stuff degrades rather poorly. So if you have an actual problem and you'd like help solving it, we'd certainly be happy to address any questions you have. But with regards to this hypochondria that people have with tech, it's like technochondria. It's just weird to me. I like watching, there's a YouTuber, Greg Salazar, who does these dirty PC cleanups, and he takes them down, to board level and cleans everything, cleans all the old thermal compound, he cleans the heat sinks, and it's aesthetic work, you understand? It looks great, but the computer would run just as fine if Greg didn't go through all that extra effort. Having some dust in the computer is normal, and cleaning it off is just temporary. It's all going to go right back on again. So it's mostly done for the aesthetic purposes of looking, oh, look, it's shiny. But whether or not your car is washed doesn't have any difference as to whether or not your engine's going to start or your transmission is going to shift. So when people talk about unnecessary cooling, it's like asking me how often you should wash your car. Who cares? Right? I mean, if you're doing it to show it off, or you're doing it because you want to save the paint and make sure the paint job lasts a long time, then that's up to you to determine based on what it's going to cost you, whether it's something you're going to do yourself and what kind of time you've got to do it and how important it is to you. But if what's most important is that the car starts and runs and reliably takes you from point A to point B, washing it has nothing to do with that. So while I appreciate the hard work that Greg puts into those PC cleanups, he is going far above and beyond what any other person would do, because unless it's your own personal computer, no one's going to pay you to do that. You couldn't make a living doing that. It's way too time involved, and at the end of when it's all said and done, it makes no difference in performance, or the difference is negligible where it's still running within its operational range either way. So that's purely for looks. That's the only reason he's doing it. Boss wants to know, is it stretching the limit if it was designed to be overclocked? Well, that depends on the overclock, right? When Intel or AMD release an unlocked processor, each processor is different with regards to how much it can be overclocked without failure. And there's an experimental process that goes through, that someone has to go through to find what they think is reliable. It may turn out that at first it appears to be reliable, but then you run some application on it and then it crashes. And so, yes, any overclocking at all is pushing it beyond its design specification. Just because a processor is unlocked doesn't mean you need to overclock it. What I would like to know is, who are these people that are overclocking their CPUs, and what do they use their computer for where they can notice any difference at all? So that would be my question to anybody who's concerned about heat or overclocking is, how are you using your computer that the power that we get from today's processors and the efficiency, it is so much faster than technology of even 2 years ago, let alone 20 years ago. You know, when I started in 1991 doing this professionally, we're talking about 486, 25, not 2500, not 4500, not 5000, 25. So when you could overclock 25 to 50, you doubled your speed, right? That's how all of that started. Now it's just like a hobbyist and enthusiast activity. It's very expensive, it's very risky to the equipment. And you'll see I use a lot of unlocked processors, but I do not overclock them. The unlocked processors are generally 10% faster than the same processor without the unlocked designation. And that in and of itself, if you want the fastest processor, you want the unlocked one, because out of the box, it's automatically faster. Now, how much you overclock may be reasonable or unreasonable. It may be extreme or not very extreme. But any overclocking at all is pushing the hardware design beyond its design limitation, and in most cases isn't warrantyable, just so you know. You broke it. You overclock it, you push it too hard, you break it, you are likely not going to get a warranty on that processor. Leanne Pama says, overclocking on both Intel or AMD unlocked processors voids the warranty. They sell a product and charge more because it's unlocked, but if you use the feature, you lose warranty. Well, there you go. But some people, you know, they want that extra 10%. But this isn't a channel where we do that because it's not practical or pragmatic. And YouTube is filled with that, what I refer to as nonsense. There is no real job in corporate America that you're going to take in the IT industry where you will be replacing thermal compound, installing liquid coolers, installing RGB, or overclocking anything. And in fact, doing so will likely end up with you getting fired or sacked. In business, it's important that we work on as many computers as possible, and your performance will be measured and compared with other people that you work with to make sure that you are holding your own and staying up to the minimums that has been set by your department. So if, for example, if you work in IT, you'll be expected to fix 3 or 4 computers a day on average, right? Maybe you only fix 1 today and you fix 6 tomorrow. But if you're consistently too slow, you're probably going to get pulled into a meeting by the boss, and the boss is going to try and figure out why you're so much slower than everybody else. And if it comes then to reveal that it's because you're doing a lot of unnecessary work, you'll probably be scolded for it, and you'll be warned. And if you keep doing it, you're going to lose your job. You don't see that really represented here on YouTube at all. And it saddens me because part of the challenge is to do it in the time you have. Whereas these content creators that are hobbyists and enthusiasts, they have all day, and they typically have more expendable income than most regular folks do. So they're buying stuff that isn't necessary, doing things that doesn't need to be done, and risking damage to the hardware. And they're strictly doing that for their own personal emotional reasons. It's not a logical thing. It's certainly cost prohibitive for most of us, and it seeks an emotional fulfillment. It's nothing that you would do for somebody else. Overclocking is really something you do for yourself. But you know, there are exceptions. But in the real world of IT work, it's just not done, and you could lose your job if you're caught doing it to company-owned machines. And if there were more YouTube channels that really fully disclose the nature of IT, I wouldn't feel so driven to make the videos I make, because I feel like I'm a sole voice. And I know there's a few others who are professional in IT, that demonstrate the work, but we are way most of the tech content on YouTube is hobbyist and enthusiast. So you're only getting one perspective. And there's nothing wrong with being a hobbyist or enthusiast. But if 95% of all the tech channels on YouTube are all enthusiasts and hobbyists, then an innocent viewer might walk away thinking all that stuff is normal, when it isn't normal in business. It isn't normal in running a computer repair business that a customer is going to ask you to do that. And you're not likely going to want to do it because it's going to take up so much of your time, you won't be able to help as many customers, which is going to reduce how much money you're going to make. So these are things, it would be like going to the store to buy a jigsaw puzzle and then paying somebody to put it together for you, right? A jigsaw puzzle's for your own entertainment. To buy it and then have somebody else do the work, it doesn't make any sense. So overclocking is, generally speaking, an individual process where there is an abundance of time and money. There are professional businesses that will build custom overclock machines. However, they are very, very expensive and are more prone to having issues because they generally have a shorter lifespan. So, yeah, so there's just too much of it on YouTube. There's no balance to this is what you do for fun and then this is what you do for work. It's all about how they define fun and their emotional fulfillment versus a logical fulfillment where you can earn money. And to do that consistently, at least 5 days a week, and always having people waiting and always needing to have it done yesterday. That, for me, is the real challenge, right? It's like if you play a game where you have to overcome challenges, but at the same time, there's a timer. So not only do you have to overcome those challenges, you've got to do it within whatever remaining time you have. Whether it's a driving game and you've got to, know how much fuel you've got, or, it's a game like Tetris or something where there's a countdown. Well, I guess Tetris isn't a good example, but where you have a certain amount of time to finish the job. Well, a hobbyist or an enthusiast has all day. There's no pressure. A business person, somebody who's doing it for a living, they've got a timer, a virtual timer that's going on in the background at all times. And as soon as you're done, you immediately go to the next one. The only break you get is when you clock out. Now, I would rather see somebody boast and brag that they fixed 8 computers on average every day than to hear one person boast and brag that they got a 12% overclock on their machine after working on it for 3 days. But, that's the mindset of business, right? Because I'm thinking, well, that's good for you, but how does that benefit anybody else? Your overclock success or failure has no impact on anybody but you. So it's not a very good mindset if you want to be in the industry. Like, the reason I'm in the industry is I enjoy it so much. So you're telling me I can do what I enjoy and I can make money from it? And that's why I started doing it. So our documentation, and we'll set that there. This is everything as it is in the box. This is the Pure Loop 280 millimeter. It is, they say, quiet and superior cooling. There's the back of the box. Leanne Palma says the enthusiast probably will never have to face the problem of hard-locked Ryzen processors on the Lenovo business machine. Yeah. Jesse Martinez wants to know what antivirus I recommend, other than the free one that comes with Windows. I use Malwarebytes paid. So Malwarebytes Premium, it's about $30 a year. And I use that alongside the free Windows Defender program, and that's what all my customers use. And I haven't had to clean a virus in throughout the whole pandemic, I have not one one virus infection from any of my clients. So that's the combination I recommend. Now, that's not to say there aren't other alternatives that are equal to or better than, but that's what I use, that's what I recommend. Let's see if I've missed any other questions here in the chat room before we continue with the liquid cooler install, because I need a little break from this if you can't tell. Let's see, let me scroll up, see what I've missed. All the parts we're using in today's build are listed in the video notes, part for part. Just look at the video notes below the video. And Beardum says, I have an interesting problem if anyone can offer suggestions. Ryzen CPU was stuck to the cooler when attempting to reseat. Separated it successfully, no bent pins, works okay, but now CPU is stuck in socket. Remember I talked about doing unnecessary work? And you're gonna hear some nastiness from people going, well, you shouldn't worry about breaking anything if you know what you're doing. That's pompous, elitist, and snobbish. Mistakes can happen, unexpected things can happen, and so if you invited that through doing any unnecessary work, this is a prime example of why I discourage it unless it's absolutely necessary. As for a CPU being stuck in a socket, it sounds like you might have got some thermal compound underneath the CPU, and it'll work like glue. It'll get sticky. So in that case, you need a really fine straight blade screwdriver, and you just need to very carefully and gently pry up on the edges of the CPU, very gently. Bob R says, I've never had to change thermal paste. It's very uncommon that somebody would have to. It's the fact that they get driven into this technochondria, fear of solving a problem that doesn't exist, that they go and they enter this exercise of spending money they don't need to spend to fix something that isn't broken and potentially damage the equipment in doing so. There's very little good that comes from hypochondria. It's not preventing you from getting sick because you're worried about getting sick, or feeling that you might be sick doesn't make you less sick or more sick. It's just a mental anxiety, and it's completely unhealthy and unnecessary, and it's not beneficial to your own health, let alone the health of the computer. I have very rarely ever seen any circumstance where replacing thermal compound has ever fixed anything. It's purely an emotional result, purely emotional. People, they look at it, they say, oh, it's nice and fresh and clean now. So what? If it wasn't overheating before, it's still not going to. And if you look at your temps and you go, oh, look, it's running 3 degrees Celsius cooler, who cares? It makes no difference. It's such a small improvement where there wasn't a problem that the CPU won't run any better, won't run any faster, won't run any more reliably. It's not using any less power, it's still going to cost the same to run, and its lifespan remains unaltered. So I don't, this fascination is very troubling to me. And Bob R contributes $10. He says, here's for support. Hey, thank you, Bob R. Appreciate your continued support. I'm still looking through the chat trying to get caught up. Bikeman says he's going to change his thermal paste when he changes his cooler. Well, of course, yeah. If you have a reason, and replacing a cooler would be a good reason. If I'm replacing a cooler, then I definitely want to clear all the old thermal material off of the CPU, so I have good, nice, clean contact with the new cooler, so the new cooler can work optimally. But changing thermal compound just to change thermal compound, I think, is a waste of time, money, and risk. Michael Dane says, I had a friend over saying, hey, you got a piano? I said, no, it's a new coffee table with buck teeth. It's funny. I think a lot of pianos just sit there more than they're played. You know what I mean? Like I've seen pianos in homes, but I've never seen those pianos played. I'm sure somebody plays them at some point, but yeah, I never see them getting used other than to set books on or to set stuff on like a table. Crazy66 contributes 10 Canadian dollars. He says, thanks, Kerry. We appreciate you. Thank you, Crazy66. We'll turn you blue in here. Appreciate you. Joel McTrollington wants to know if I'm glad prices are coming down somewhat. Oh, it makes no difference to me. I mean, price has no factor in my business because I don't sell parts. So I'm just passing the cost to the customer. And it's not like their customer is going to get it cheaper anywhere else. If anything, they're going to, I mean, who doesn't charge more for parts, right? So what I do is very unique. And since I'm charging what I pay, it makes no difference what it costs. It's whatever the customer agrees to. All right, let's see if I can get this rest of this cooler unboxed here. See what we're working with. The Be Quiet Pure Loop. Here's our radiator. I like how square, you know, how rectangularly square the corners are on Be Quiet's radiators. What Be Quiet has done here is a bit unique. The company that sort of created the process for liquid cooling charges a royalty fee if you follow too closely their patent. And so part of that patent is having a pump built into where this block sits onto the CPU. What Be Quiet has done is they've moved the motor, the pump motor, right in line with the cables, which means, hey, we don't have to pay Asetek a royalty because we're not putting the pump inside of the block. See what they did there? So this cable right here is powering the water pump, and this cable right here is probably powering the RGB. Now, I'm not a big fan when companies include a bottle of coolant because this should be ready to rock and roll out of the box. There's no reason that you should need this, at least not for at least a year. And even then, even though there's going to be some evaporation or solidifying of particles of the fluid, by the time that becomes a problem, your pump would probably die anyway. Although it's hard to say how they're making the new pumps, but water coolers traditionally last about 3 or 4 years, and then the pump dies or the fluid gets all gummy inside. So the idea that it's inviting the user to open the radiator to fill it or to top it off, I just don't think that the end user should be doing that. It can get messy. And if you notice, there's a screw right up here, right up at the top. And if you take that screw out, that's where you could, stick this nozzle in and fill it to top it off. But I strongly advise against it. This stuff is intended to be used out of the box, and it is otherwise a sealed system. These hoses do not come off. It's not really meant to be user serviceable. This is a box with all our mounting hardware, and then we've got 2 more Pure Wings 2 fans, which apparently are the same fans the case comes with. So our fans are all going to match. No RGB on the fans, thank goodness. And I'll put this carton back inside the box so we can clear some space. Okay, and I'll set that right over there. That sounded dramatic. All right. Let me move this up here so you can see with me what is in the box of hardware. And we do have a little piece of tape under here. This is protecting the surface area from any sort of dust or oils from your skin, fingerprints. We want that as clean as possible. Again, not that it's really going to make any difference. I could rub my fingers all over it and then throw the thermal paste on it. It's still going to work. But if we keep it free from any contamination, it should work a little bit better. But again, it's going to be negligible. So if you want to be ultra careful and you accidentally touch it and you're like, oh, I don't want a fingerprint on it, you can get some rubbing alcohol and a Q-tip and clean it off. But it's probably not going to really make any difference in the cooling. It's just one of those things that gets highly exaggerated. John Williams says, is it possible the cooler needs to be filled before use? No, absolutely not. The only coolers you would need to fill before use would be the do-it-yourself kits, like from EKWB and other custom open loop systems. This is a closed loop, meaning everything is sealed and it's ready to rock. There's no such thing as an all-in-one cooler that doesn't include coolant or that you would have to fill yourself. Then that would be an open loop versus a closed loop. It's got to be one or the other. It's not going to be both. But I could understand your question. I understand why you would ask that. That's certainly, I don't think that would even be enough. I bet you if we drain the coolant out of that, there's more than that in there, I would think. I don't know for sure, and I'm not going to find out. That's why they shouldn't include it. That's an exact reason why they should not have included this. It creates this technochondria, it creates fear, it creates anxiety, it opens up a Pandora's box of possibilities because they've now given you an option they should not have given you, in my opinion. They've given us a little tube of thermal compound here. That's probably just enough for one application. They're a little stingy with the thermal compound, but it's enough to do the job. This bag is for AMD, which is what we want since we're on an AMD system. And this bag is for Intel, which we will not use on this build. So I'm going to move these two with the rest of the spare parts over here, just off camera. In fact, this can go over there too. Okay, so I've got the power cable and splitter, the screws for the fans, and the brackets and screws for the mounting the block Okay. BOKC Chop contributes $10. Says, what kind of device would you recommend for cleaning out a gaming PC? Well, as I showed earlier in my when this video started, I use one of these air dusters here, and you get these at Amazon. It's charged through a USB port. It doesn't come with the charger, but it's just a regular USB A to C cable. No, it's not C. That's micro USB. And whatever you use to charge your phone, you could just plug it in this. Just use this cable instead of your phone cable. And then there's a little light that'll come on, and when it's fully charged, the light will go off. The charge lasts me for months, but it's powerful. It's got the little brush. There's also another nozzle that doesn't have a brush on it, but that's an anti-static brush. So if you have any stubborn dust that's not floating away, you can kind of comb it away, brush it away. And these are great for exactly that purpose. If the PC is really, really saturated in dust, then I would take it outside and use an electric leaf blower on it, and make sure you clean out the front and back of the power supply as well. Just trying to clear a little room so I have some space here to work. Just doing one computer build, you can see how much bench space it can take up. Imagine trying to do 2 or 3 at the same time. You need multiple benches to do multiple projects simultaneously. And it's a little bit difficult sometimes for me working in a confined space like this. Certainly never had a desk this small in any place I ever worked. When I was at Intel, I think I had 12 feet of desk on each side, and then another 8 or 10 feet, probably 8 feet. So it made like a big U, like a squared off U. And I would have everything filled up on that bench. And I was working on laptops when I worked at Intel. So we would, we could have 2 or 3 laptops on each bench running upwards of 10 of them at any given time. So if one's downloading updates or installing Windows, well, that's doing that. We don't sit idly and wait for it like I do here on the channel. No, you move on and start working on the next thing. And when that other computer is done, it'll wait for you as long as it takes for you to come back and check on it. Now, when we install this liquid cooler, there's probably a few options for where we can install it. We could, for example, install it towards the front. There is a piece here. This is the hard drive cage, and you could take the hard drive cage out, which is what we would have to do to get that to fit that way. But it would be super easy to go ahead and put this in this way, and you'll see how it says pure loop, so you know you have it the correct orientation. If we turn it around this way, it'll still say pure loop, but the problem is when our hoses are coming down, it's going to block this fan, and in my opinion, it doesn't look as good because it kind of crams a bunch of stuff to this one side. So when you see me do it, I mean, the cooler will work regardless, but for aesthetic reasons, I always have the hoses coming down off the right, and then that'll just go right over to the CPU. Now this does kind of overlap the RGB of the RAM, And some people would rather see their RAM, and so they'll flip it the other way, which interferes with their airflow, and I think it makes the system look really messy in this side of it. So, but to each their own. You can certainly do it any way you want. We can, I was just looking for how we can install the fans. We're going to put the fans underneath, and we're going to bring air in from inside of the computer and blow it out the top. So to do that, I'm going to turn this radiator upside down. So everything that I'm looking at now, this is the back, this is the front. So I want all the cables on the fans coming out this way. So when I turn this back around, the fan power cables will be out away so it doesn't get seen, and again, purely for aesthetic reasons. And we can go ahead and do that now. There's a little piece of tape that's holding this cable, fan power cable, to the fan shroud. I've never seen anybody do that before. And wherever these brackets are, that's the direction the air is coming out. This side has no brackets and the logo spins. That's where air is being drawn in on pretty much all computer fans. And so you see when I spin it, this logo doesn't move right here. That's the direction the air is going. It's going out that way. So if I want to draw air in from the case, then I want the support brackets facing the radiator, and I want the cable going towards the back, like so. And then we do the same thing with the other fan, and we can kind of visualize this before we put the screws in. And again, just making sure I have the fan cables where I want them. Now these are not RGB fans. If they were, we definitely wouldn't want it to be offset by 90 degrees, or your colors aren't going to synchronize. It's not an issue for us. As I mentioned, there's no RGB here. But if you are doing something with RGB, do know that if you want, if this thing's spinning in different colors and it's going red, green, blue, and this is off by 90 degrees, then it's going to be, when this side is red, the top will be red, and when this side is blue, the top will be blue, if it's color cycling. Just another hassle you deal with RGB nonsense. However, that's all I need to know for there. We're going to use these long screws. They have a long shoulder on them. They're going to go right through the fan and into the radiator. And I would do the opposite corners, and that will align the radiator for the other mounting holes in the other corners. Once these two any opposite corners are started, then the other two are super easy then. They're already aligned. Hey, there's Mortant joining us in the chat room. Good to see you, Thomas. Okay, so I am going to use my electric driver. Make sure I keep that setting on 3. If you're installing a radiator, do know that the material that this is made of is a very soft metal, and you shouldn't be using any power tools on it unless you're willing to risk the damage you could create in doing so. So I always make sure if I'm going to use the driver that I'm going to have a very low torque setting on it. Just that easy. Now we've got 4 shorter screws, and those are going to go on the opposite side of the radiator through the top of the case, and then that's what sandwiches it together. And they've given us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, however many screws there are for the fans, right? So if you had 3 fans, you'd have another 4 screws. You will also have in these short screws to align, because either side of the radiator can have the fans attached. So even though you really only need about 4 screws to hold the radiator, and we're going to go ahead and overdo it a bit because they give you the screws, there's no harm in using them, and just make sure your installation's good and solid and the radiator stays completely flat and doesn't get warped through excessive heat. Although I've never seen that happen, I suppose it would be possible, though not probable. I'm going to just throw these cables back here for now. Now this part gets a little bit tricky. Let's see where we're at here. It's just going to fit. It's going to be a bit tight. But the good news is that if they give you too much room, you might be uncertain as to how to center it. In this case, it's going to fit just right. There's not going to be much wiggle room. So this is a little tricky to do by yourself. Let's see what I can do. Okay, so this is where the fun is, and if you were doing this at home, I would recommend you either set this on the floor so you can look straight down at it. I'm going to move it onto its side, so hopefully you guys will be able to see it a little bit better. It is very difficult to see where the screw is, so I'm going to grab some glasses and maybe even a flashlight. Jason Willis contributes $5. He says, thanks, I've learned a lot already. I didn't know liquid coolers had a shorter lifespan. Yeah, you've got a pump in there. You've got fluid that degrades over time. If you think about it, it makes sense. The fluid will... between evaporating, sometimes there's some buildup that occurs. And then, of course, the motors and pumps themselves can fail after a period of time. They're working a lot harder than just like a fan motor. But you've got fan motors on top of that because you've got to run fans through the cooler. So what I think I have to do is slide it towards the back more, and it's just gonna fit, like right there. definitely want to get those corners in first. Okay. It's not too difficult. Of course, it also adds significant weight to the computer too. So building computers with liquid coolers costs me more to ship. They also have more cables that require cable management. Which is what I'm messing with right now. I can see a future problem, which is getting the RAM in and out. This cooler just rests above the release tabs for the RAM. Yep, that looks good. That looks good. So remember, there is a piece of tape on here that's keeping the surface area very clean. So we'll go ahead and apply our thermal compound, and then we can install the water block, which would obviously go this way with the be quiet facing, with the writing facing readably. How do those brackets go on? Looks like we're going to put a bracket on up here and down here. And I'm guessing that's what those little screws and standoffs are for. Not bad for a guy who's not reading the directions, huh? Matt Solov, I guess, is taking off. Thanks for hanging out with us there in Sweden. It's good to see you again, my friend. It's a little after 4 o'clock in the afternoon here in Phoenix right now, and we're just about done with today's feed. Once I get the cooler hooked up, we'll go ahead and hook up the cables for the case, power switch, all that stuff. And we can run it through Prime 95 and see how good of a job this cooler does. Let me just check on the directions here, make sure I'm going to do this correctly because, well, I think I know how it goes. I just want to verify that. And these instructions are for the pure loop. The 360 millimeter, the 280, the 240, and the 120, they're same directions for all the models. I'm going apparently I'm reading it in German. Yeah. So, doesn't really show me where these washers go. Oh, so the washers, there's little tiny washers in the bag here, and that's for socket AM3, AMD socket AM3. We're not using an AM3 socket, we're using an AM4 socket, so we won't use the washers. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to take these spacers, and with these screws, you see it doesn't really leave us much on the other side of that. Let me just verify this one more time. It looks a little funky. Yeah. Yeah, so the spacer is going to go, there's a little arrow, it says AM4 for the top hole. And the spacer is going to go underneath. And then the screw is going to go through this bracket and into the stock AMD backplate that comes with the motherboard. So when you look at these spacers, one side is got a wider opening and the other side is the opening smaller. So the wider opening is to go over the part of the AMD cooler that sticks out. And so to do this, I'm going to have to lay the case back down. It's going to be a little bit of a challenge because that's going to then make the back plate want to fall down. And the screw length is very short, so but it seems like that's going to be about the easiest way for me to do this. So I'm going to set this down here for a minute, and I realize I'm not going to be able to see much when I do. Going to be almost impossible. I'm going to have to go ahead and put it upright because there's no way for that back plate to stay in. There we go. It definitely didn't make it easy. This part is probably the most difficult part of the whole build. Not quite sure how I'm going to conquer this. Basically, I need something to hold that back plate from falling out. And I suppose I could just jam something in there and use something as a wedge or a shim to temporarily hold it. I don't know what I can use though. That's too big. Maybe one of my cork coasters will do a job. Hey, I might just got lucky there. Let's see what happens. Yeah, you really got to work with gravity on these because these little plastic spacers, they have to sit on top of the post that's coming through from the other side of the back plate. And then when it goes to putting the brackets on, you want to make sure that the orientation of the bracket is correct, which appears to be, let's see, looking again at the AMD instructions. So you don't want to put it, this bracket can go on one of two ways, and we want that mounting hole kind of dipping down towards the CPU. This way would be away from the CPU. So that's the best way I can explain it. So this is going to be the outer edge, and I'll just set that right on top, and then we'll grab one of these screws. Yeah, this is a little wonky because you rest it on top. And then as you begin to tighten the screw, the whole bracket wants to swivel. And if this were upright, the spacers would then fall off. There we go. Okay, so there's one. We'll do the same thing with the other bracket on the opposite side. Yeah, there just isn't much for the spacers rather to grip onto, so they'll just fall right off until you've got the bracket on top and the screw through it to secure it. So make sure I got that orientation correct. It's a little frustrating, and the minute I move it, the little spacer falls off of it. Yeah, I wish these little spacers would fit more tightly around the post that's sticking up. Interesting. Okay. And I'll bring this up in just a second and I'll show you what I'm doing here because I cannot film this while doing it. to make sure those are a little tighter than the gentle torque setting I've got set on the driver. And now I'll pick it back up and show you what it looks like. Okay, so if we look, this is again a tough thing to show you on the camera, but the brackets that I just installed with the AMD platform go on very different than the Intel platform. We've got the one bracket right here, and you'll see the way that the bracket has a, it's not just a straight bracket, it's part of it sticks out. And you want the part that sticks out sticking out towards the CPU, and then you do the exact opposite so it's symmetrical. So the part that sticks out again sticks out towards the CPU. The part that sticks out are the mounting holes for the water block. So when we put the water block on, it's going to align with these holes. These are the parts that I'm saying if you put these on upside down, then this will be sticking out down here instead of up here. So for that to align, we've got to put it right like that, and that looks like it's going to look good. But getting that installed is kind of a pain because the spacers just fall off. Until you get a screw through that and tighten down, it's kind of difficult to get those in there like that, because you're battling the spacer. But the good news is you should only have to do it once. And not that it was difficult in the sense that it required any strength or dexterity, but certainly not as easy as what you see me do with other cooler installs. So you see I got my cork coaster that I put back there to help brace that back bracket, the CPU bracket. I'm going to take that out. I don't want to leave that in there. Didn't even know I was going to use a coaster for that. I'm glad I had it. So now it's time to, well, I guess we can go ahead and secure the block and then we can do the cabling. I was going to say we could do the cabling now, but there doesn't appear to be anything to plug into the block. So there's no USB cable or anything. This is probably for, I guess it's for the fans. That's kind of weird though. If we plug this into the fans, that means those fans run full speed at all times. Why would I want to do that? Ah, this is a better idea. This is a CPU fan splitter. So you've got the 4-pin connection to the CPU fan, and then we can plug each fan into this splitter, and then this onto the CPU fan header. And the water block will plug in because it needs voltage constantly. How do we want to do that? I don't like how short this splitter is because it's got to connect to the motherboard here, and that doesn't give us much slack to hide the additional cables. Let's see what the instructions say. I don't see anything about the cabling. all the instructions are mostly about the different mounting techniques for all the different processors, Intel and AMD, and then versions of those. But nothing about the wiring. I wonder why they don't cover any of the cabling. That's very unusual. Yeah, this is strictly about mounting the block and mounting the fans, but nothing about how to wire it. Very strange. Yeah, so again, the problem with this is it's so short, it's going to expose the cabling, because you'd have to run the cabling. This should be longer so you can plug it into the board and then take these two and run them to the back of the motherboard, you know, back behind the case, or behind the motherboard tray, and then plug the fans into it where nobody can see it. But the cable's so short, we may not need it anyway. We've got the front fan, the rear fan, and then the two top fans and the water pump. How many fan headers does this board have? We've got 3 right across the bottom. And unfortunately, it looks like there are fan headers at the top of the board that we've just blocked with the cooler being installed. So that's unfortunate. So that means that to work on this in the future, we'd have to take that radiator out to do anything involving any cabling up across the top of the board. But we do have a chassis fan header right in the middle of the board, which again isn't great for hiding the cables. I wonder if this will be long enough if we were going to take this little splitter, plug it in down on the bottom. Will the fan cables be long enough to reach that? Looks like they will be. So that'll work out after all. That's good. So we'll plug one in here, and we'll plug one in here. So right up here is probably the CPU fan header and all-in-one pump header. And I can't see it now because the radiator's in the way. Oh, I can kind of see them. Well, that ought to be fun. Because this one, we definitely want it on the all-in-one pump header, which is one of those 3, but I can't read them. I can just barely see them. That is unfortunate. I wish Be Quiet would have made this case about an inch taller, right? Because these are pretty thick fans, and then you regular thickness radiator, so we're coming down from the top of the case by that much. So they should have given us that much extra height. It looks like they only thought about the radiator. They didn't think about the fans. And then what's happening is the fans are blocking the whole top of the board. Their fans are in the way. And there's no drawer to pull away. That would add a lot to the case expense if they added that. So what would make the whole thing cheaper would be to raise the case up another inch, just an inch taller, and we'd have been fine. And if they went 2 inches taller, we'd have plenty of easy room to work within. So that's sort of a downside, again, of liquid cooling, especially if you don't have a full-size case. Now, again, we could put the liquid cooler vertically here, but I prefer not to. I much prefer the way this looks. And if it means I'm going to have to mess about a little bit with taking the radiator off, I'm going to go ahead and mount the block and put the thermal compound on, and I'll look at the PDF of the motherboard to see if I can reach up in there to get the plug-in on the header. But if I can't, then I'm going to have to take the radiator back out, then plug the cables in, and then be very careful when I put the radiator back on that I don't knock any of the cables loose or pinch any of the cables. So that's kind of a bummer, because no matter what size board you put in here, whether it's a micro ATX or even a mini ITX, the cooler is always going to block the top of the board universally. It's only the bottom of the board that changes, the bottom and the side, the length of how far down and how far to the right the board goes. So that has no impact on the cooler getting in the way. The cooler will always get in the way, regardless of the size of the board. And the only way to fix that is to have made the case slightly taller. What a bummer, because it's a good looking case. And again, this is something you should only have to do once. It's not the worst thing in the world, but you know, just making the case a little taller would have made this so much easier. And furthermore, knowing that there's a fan here and a fan here, lifting these up so that the fan's not blocking the airflow. You can see we're going to have a fifth, about 20% of that fan here is blocked by these fans. That's why I say this one really doesn't even need to be there. But again, if this were another inch higher or 2 inches higher, then these fans would sit over, or at least over the blades, giving this full airflow. So that's a concern I have, just for ongoing maintenance and upgrades. Of course, as a technician with over 30 years of experience, of course I know fan splitters are made at various lengths. What I'm referring to is what's included with the box. What sort of consideration is Be Quiet giving to the consumer who's going to install the cooler? And I would have rather seen Be Quiet err on the side of giving you too much than just enough. We got lucky with this motherboard in that it has fan headers down at the bottom where we don't need very much cabling, but it is still a bit disappointing given Be Quiet has given us so much room for cable management back here, and then turn around and give us a cable this big. Doesn't make any sense. We have plenty of room for cabling. Now granted, they didn't necessarily know that we were going to use that cooler in this case, but given that they make both, they should work well together. You know, if this cooler fits better in a competitor's case, how does that make any sense? Their coolers should fit with the best possible fit when it's paired with any of their cases that's designed to have a radiator of that size. So that I don't quite understand why they would have done that. If you're going to make the case this short, then why are you offering to put a radiator up on top if the consequence for that is blocking the ability to upgrade or repair any access to the top inch and a half of the motherboard? And there's a lot at the top. That's pretty common amongst all boards to have fan connectors up there, and you know, CPU and chassis fan connectors, and even an all-in-one connector. So it's not like that's unusual. That's quite common. If this didn't have a glass panel, I'd say, well, let's just throw a regular air cooler on it. But the whole point of having a glass panel is to showcase the internals. But we'll just have to work around it. It's more work than it should be, and it will continue to be more work anytime it has to be repaired, upgraded, or anything. If a fan were to go out and I need to replace the fan, that should be a 2-minute job. But on this case design with the radiator on top like that, it's probably going to turn into a half-hour or an hour job, requiring the radiator to come out. So that's disappointing. Fernando says every case should have removable all-in-one top mount like the fractal defined large cases. That would have worked too. If there was some way that we could, like the top of this case is riveted in. Instead of rivets, if they gave us screws and the whole top of the case lifted off, that would work. That's an alternative. Give us some easy way to get at it. Stand by just a minute. I need to step off camera. I think I hear a package being delivered. Okay, false alert. All right, let me grab another colder Gatorade here and we can continue on. You can see if this was an air cooler, this would already be done. So again, it's mostly a hobbyist and an enthusiast activity to install a liquid cooler. However, there is some benefits for reduction in noise. Obviously, aesthetics are going to look better. And the cooling properties of a liquid cooler are superior to air cooling. So if you have a chip that runs hot, as this one will, then that should keep it much, much cooler than an air cooler ever could. Brian Witzenberg contributes $4.99. Thank you, Brian. There's Planet Cryos, contributes $5. Hey, Planet Cryos, good to see you. I gotta get I think I'll get a new one. I was just finishing off that one. Stand by for a second here. Let me do this. I'm getting thirsty over here, working in this heat. And it's not even summer yet. It's only gonna get hotter. Oh, it's gonna be a rough one. This is going to be a rough summer for me. I can tell already. So ideally, even though the instructions don't tell us, the reason you would hook this up isn't to go to your fans. This would be, I would imagine, to power the pump, because you always want the pump at full speed at all times. And then the other one's probably just to light up the RGB on the block. So I imagine that's what that's for. I could be wrong, but I'm thinking that's what it's not for the fans. That wouldn't make any sense. Because then your fans would be running full bore. But you always want your pump running full speed. wonder if I can get this cable to go all the way down. This is that rear case fan. Will it go all the way under here? Boy, that would be convenient if that would work. It's a tight fit, but I think it will fit. So you've got two more fan headers down here. Apologize for not being able to give you a better view of this, but I am really struggling to see it myself. And I just have enough cable to make this reach. There it is. Okay, so that's our rear case fan. And then our front case fan could probably go right next to that. Now, a front case fan isn't necessary unless you've got a discrete graphics card in there or a bunch of hard drives that sit in there. Otherwise, it's a waste of time and energy to have front fans running. It's just going to bring in more dust. So unless that's your goal, is to bring in more dust, I guess we'll run this behind it. Okay, so that's all three fans, rear fan, front fan, and then the fan splitter that's going to these two fans here. So that's all four fans. We've got a chipset fan on the X570. All of the X570s have that. And then we have this is the pump, and it's going to need, there's a header up here for the all-in-one pump. I'll have to pull up the documentation to see which one. There's three very close together, and it's written on the board which one is which, but I can't see it from here. And I'm not even sure I can reach it. But let's go ahead and let's mount the block. We'll get that done and out of the way. So I'll set this like so. And then we'll get our thermal compound. And we'll just squeeze out our thermal compound here. Boy, that stuff is thick. It's taking a lot of effort to get it out of the tube. I am concerned that this thermal compound is old or it hasn't been stored properly. Be quiet simply isn't giving us enough. I don't know that I can cover the entire Ryzen processor. So once again, Be Quiet has gone a little cheap with something that doesn't cost them very much money. I mean, that plunger's all the way down. It's hard as a rock. The fluid is, or the compound is still it's a bit viscous, but I feel like I'm only going to get about 60% of that CPU covered. Let me spread it around and see what it'll do, but I would typically use more than that. maybe Be Quiet's afraid that they'd rather you use too little than too much. I don't know. But they don't allow for any mistakes. So if you had to take this off and reapply it, you better buy a spare tube of thermal compound or have one laying around. Yeah, this thermal compound is old. And I was correct in my estimation. This is only giving me about 70% of CPU coverage, and then I'm out. And it's too thick to spread anymore. So I've got to re-clean the CPU again and use a different thermal compound. I like to use the thermal compound the manufacturer includes, just to see, for example, if they give us enough, what condition it's in, and if their cooler has any issues after we use their thermal compound. It's not like the manufacturer can say, well, that's because you didn't use our thermal compound. But in this case, we don't have much choice. Yeah, that thermal compound was severely lacking in its fluidity and in its volume. They didn't give us very much of it. You know, like I say, a longer fan splitter wouldn't really change the cost. And giving us twice as much thermal compound also shouldn't change the cost. It could all fit in the same tube. They could just put more in that tube. It's not expensive. So I am puzzled behind that decision making. So just cleaning the top of the CPU again with isopropyl alcohol, rubbing alcohol. This is 99% proof. You don't have to use that, but the higher percentage the alcohol is, the less impurities it leaves behind. And of course, it just evaporates. So you don't have to wipe it down. It'll just evaporate right off of there. And then let's just grab a tube of thermal compound that I've got left over here. I've got a bunch of them. These are from Scythe. I don't know if that one's got enough in it. Well, between these two, I should have enough now. Yeah, that's much better. Much better. You know, the Ryzen processors are a bit larger than the Intel ones. That might have been enough thermal compound for a standard, you know, 9th or 10th gen, or even 11th gen chip. I don't even know that it would have covered a 12th gen though. All right, that's much better. You know, you don't want too much on there, but also not having enough, you know, is not ideal either. Steve H contributes $10. Hey, thank you, Steve. Planet Cryos with $25 says he got the 12900 KS. I know it might be overrated, but I had to have it. Now I just need the other parts. Yeah, that 12900 KS, it doesn't seem like it's a very desirable chip, but I didn't see them for sale, so let's see if Amazon's got them now. Ooh, $845. Whoa. That is not worth it. So the 12900K is $599. The 12900KS, $844. That's $244 more. That can't be the MSRP on it. That can't be right. Other sellers are wanting $900, $905, $935 plus $10 shipping. What are people smoking? 12900 KS MSRP. I want to know what Intel's selling it for. $739 is the suggested retail price. And Amazon is $100 over the MSRP. $105. That is insanity. What did you end up paying for it? But you're going to need a heck of a cooler on that too. All right, let me finish what I was doing here. We're going to peel this off now, revealing that mirror-like surface underneath. Get our orientation correct here. Oh, there you go. Yeah, this thing is getting heavier and heavier. Yeah, this radiator will have to come back out because not only do I have to put those cables on, there's a CPU power connector that goes in that upper left corner that there's no way I can get this cable on. That radiator's blocking the way, so I've got that to look forward to. Was this cable not going to reach? Well, I'm starting to understand now why they made this bracket removable, because it is seriously in the way of getting that power cable on. So let's just go ahead and take that out. That should make life a little easier. As for getting a power cable up back there, yeah, that radiator absolutely has to come out. No doubt about it. But at least with the water block mounted, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. I just don't like having to take something apart that I just put together. This case also falls short, in my opinion, by giving us only one USB 3.0 port, because when we plug in the USB plug, that's feeding 2 USB ports, but it's only giving us one. And then this is our USB 3.1. So each one of these cables, like the USB 3.1, I don't know if that carries 2, but this one carries 2, but it only delivers 1 because the case only ends with 1. That's a real shame at a case that costs this much money. It's fine to have the one USB 3.1, but they should have given us 2 USB 3.0s, and they should have given us a reset switch, and they should have made the case a little bit taller. So we're going to have to work around all of that because they didn't give us any consideration for that. So this is not a case that I would buy simply because of the single USB port up front and the lack of a reset switch. I mean, I can live without the reset switch, but at this price point, this case should have had at least 2 USB 3.0s. And again, we should have had a little more height. If you don't want to give us the height, then get rid of the glass so that we can just put a Tower cooler on it. But if you're going to give us the glass so we have the showcase, you got to lift it up. Or make it removable so that we can take the top off so we can access the cabling or do any work on it. This top being riveted on, that means the entire radiator has to come out, which I think stinks. All right, so the all-in-one pump is so that one's CPU fan. Pump, what's the other one? It doesn't tell me. I guess you're supposed to guess. Can't really tell. Might have to pull up a PDF on this thing. Oh, CPU optional. Okay. All right, so if this would be the CPU. So that would go up there. How am I going to do that? Guess I'll pull the slack through this way. And then the pump, that is going to be right here. See, because they have their pump in line, it's very difficult to hide that cabling. But I guess we could probably take it out. Take it out through the back, I guess. And run it up through the top. So that's the all-in-one pump header there. And then the last one, of course, is that CPU power cable. And then I can put the radiator back in. Planet Cryo said he paid $830. Just a collector's edition for me. I will have time to regret it 3 years from now. Yeah, well, you know. You got the right expectation, I'll tell you that. There we go. See, and that cable's going to stick out and hit the back of the radiator. So that means, you know, even changing the power supply, we'd have to take the radiator out unless we were buying the same power supply where the modular cable can be disconnected from the bottom. this back down so I can see where the holes are. Well, you want to talk about a tight fit? Holy cow. I mean, that is just going to fit in. I mean, I knew it was tight before, but didn't realize just how close is to the tolerances allowed. Okay. Hope I don't have to take that out again anytime soon. Well, those screws turned a lot more than I was expecting. Okay. Okay. And let's hook up our front port umbilicals here. So the USB 3.1 cable, or sorry, USB 3.0 header. Where's that going to go? On this board, it goes all the way on the bottom down here. Which again is an unfortunate location. It's the only one we've got too. That is super easy to break off with the way that that cable's got so much tension on it, and it's kind of bent upward. But that's based on the motherboard design. That's not really the case manufacturer's fault. And then, what else can we hook up here? There's our USB 3.1. That is going to go right there. Like so. What else? We have 12 volt or SATA power, ARGB. Does this board have an ARGB? I think that's ARGB right there. I think that's what that is. I don't know for sure. So all they've got here is a power switch and power LED. There's no hard drive activity light on this either. I think that's a big no-no. So we're going to strike that up against the case. As I recall, Be Quiet starting to remove the hard drive LEDs. And I don't know why they're doing that. I really don't understand that. They're giving us LEDs we don't need on the front of the case that are strictly there for show, and critical LEDs that convey information such as hard drive activity or solid state drive activity are being omitted. And if the whole thing freezes up, they've omitted a reset switch. So the things that you actually need that are practical and beneficial, they have omitted in exchange for things you don't need, like RGB, sacrificing that USB header, the USB plug up here, so it only gives you one of them instead of the standard two. Even though the plug is feeding two of them, it's robbing you of one, defeating the whole purpose of the technology and the motherboard providing those to you. This is not a budget case, so I don't know why they would do that. And furthermore, why would the case, if it were a budget case, be made of such good material when they could have saved money using a thinner gauge metal? So, like I said when I started this, Be Quiet sometimes does things that don't make sense to me. It doesn't mean, you know, that the cases are in any way bad. I just don't think they're very well thought out. It's like they're doing things because they can be done, not because there's any practicality behind it, at least from the consumer side. Maybe there is from the manufacturer's side, but that shouldn't be placed on the consumer's inconvenience. So I've taken the whole plug off of the motherboard. When I took this off to reroute it, it took the whole plastic surround off with it, and it's very difficult to get that back on. So it's just another downside to having that USB 3.0 connector down at the bottom like that instead of up alongside the power connector where I'm used to it on gigabyte boards. So I need to pry that off of there. It's on there good too. That screwdriver is too small. I need a larger flat blade, which I have in here somewhere. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Now, the important thing to remember is this can go on upside down. And if we wire it upside down, you could short circuit and damage anything you plug into the USB header. So for right now, I'm going to leave that off until I can determine if the notch goes up or down. I can't remember how it went on. I don't remember. So I will check that out a little later. Now we should be able to test fire it and see that everything works and test this cooler. Everything should be wired and ready to go except the RGB on the front. I need to give that some power. So let me find a power cable for that. Just kind of going through the cables I've set aside. These are all super long. I'd prefer a shorter one. I mean, this one power cable from Be Quiet has 4 separate connectors, and it's over 3 feet long. So again, they're giving us extra where I don't need extra, and they're cutting us short where I need more. I don't understand why they made these power cables so freaking long. I mean, look at the size of this power cable. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. I only need it to be that long. I don't know why they did that. And the power supply connector is pretty unique on this. And I don't know how I'm going to get to the back of that power supply now with all the cables in my way. How am I supposed to do this? See, this is my complaint with the Be Quiet power supplies. It doesn't make any sense because now I can't get in there. There's no way I can get in there. Maybe I can. Let's see. I got to figure out where it goes. I can't see anything. So this is going to have to go underneath. Yeah, I can't do it. Can't be done. Power supply has to come out. If their cables were horizontal, I wouldn't have had this problem. And again, I don't understand why Be Quiet would make it more difficult unless there was obviously some sort of a benefit to making it vertical. But I can't see anything but downsides to that. I mean, the whole point of a case design should not only just be for the looks, but also for the ease of access. But it wouldn't matter how they designed the case. If the power supply is going to be designed to be difficult, what are you going to do? There's nothing the case could have done to accommodate for that. You know what, I'm going to go to the far inside one. There we go. So that's going to be for our graphics card. This here is for our RGB. All that just to hook up some lights. And then look at all the excess cable I'm going to have left over. And then we can put the graphics card in. So I'm not a fan of this. This is like a big no-no. If they made the case a little longer, all these screws should be inside the case. They should not be accessible. This is something budget cases have. But at over $100, I wouldn't call this a budget case. If this was a $60 case, I think it was a good deal. But at this price, I just expect more consideration for having room to work. That's all. Now we'll just grab that same video card because I have it. And this can be swapped out for something else if somebody wants to buy the system and they want to provide their own graphics card or buy a different graphics card. They'll all work. But I need to test with something, so I'll just use what I've got here. Like that. They give us so much of the SATA cable, but then when it comes to the video cable, they hardly give us enough. That's it. That's all I get. So it's almost feels like they're doing it on purpose. Like they're back at the office chuckling at how irritated I'm getting. Sometimes there's a cutout right here for a cable, but we don't have it. We could run it through this little gap here. But I was thinking of, when I put this piece back in, it's going to hide all this cabling, and I thought that would look better. But I mean, it fits, but just fits. So I still have to fix the USB 3.0, but for right now, that should be enough to get us up and running. And as I mentioned, this piece can go back on. This is just there to help hide the cables. That's all it's for. Trying to remember which way this went. So you can see, you know, with the glass panel here, you really want to clean this cabling up as much as possible. And yeah, I can see how I would need to reroute some of this stuff. This is kind of ridiculous. Looks like I pinched that cable too. Darn it. Did that get pinched? Sure does look like it. Okay. What's the name of this company? Be Difficult? Why is everything so difficult? Okay, I don't think I pinched anything that time. Oh, got HD audio I haven't hooked up either. Yeah, that'll go way back there. That one's super easy, or at least it better be. So what appeared to be a very nice case to start out with has become a nightmarish when it comes to the cabling. And well, they gave us a lot of cable management consideration here, and not so much down here or tracking cables across the bottom, which is really kind of sad because it started off very, very promising. Okay. So again, I'm going to leave the USB 3.0 cable off for right now. And we should be ready to fire it up. We'll run Prime 95 and get some performance, cooling performance measured here. So I left the keyboard and mouse plugged in. Bryant Burns contributes $2. Thank you, Brian. Bryant. Okay, let's see. Power. There. And video. Video is going to go there. And then network cable. Right there. Power switch on. Okay, let's see what happens now. Let's go back to my OBS and we'll make this screen a little smaller. And we'll turn it on. Ooh, that's loud. Oh, there's some hidden lighting up in the top. Why is it so loud? See the lighting up at the top? Is it gonna be orange? I can't change that color. Oh, there we go. Make it purple. Okay. Let's see. We'll have to go into the BIOS and adjust that fan speed. But for the sake of giving it the best conditions possible, we'll go ahead and run Prime 95 on it. Grab HW info and we'll grab Prime 95. And you know what? Let's just run Uncle Carrie's Windows 10 optimizer on there. This will just take a minute and then we'll restart. We'll definitely have to go into the BIOS to adjust the fan speed, but with the fans running that fast, it should give us really good cooling. And the water block is not RGB, it just simply lights up in white. The RAM is going through rainbow colors, and the case itself is doing its thing. So it's kind of a mishmash of different colors and patterns. And this restart shouldn't be taking this long either. Okay. So now if we run hwinfo, and I want to look at the temperatures. You change this. It said something about commercial use when I started it. Okay, so there's our temps here. So let me go ahead and start Prime 95 on all 24 threads, and we'll see how that affects our temps. And then I'll start my timer and we'll let this run for about 20 minutes. And then that'll pretty much be the end of the show. Let's see. Where's my timer? Well, start the stopwatch. That's fine. Yeah, we'll check email while I'm here. Michael Dane sent in $10. Hey, Michael, thank you for that. I think that gets me caught up. Okay, so I'll keep an eye on that timer. And let me go back over to the chat room here. temps are looking good. Hopefully it'll stay down like that. So far a maximum of under 70. We'll see how it keeps going here. I'll keep an eye on that. We're just only 2.5 minutes in. So if you have any questions, this is a good time to ask while we wait for the Prime 95 test to run. But so far, so good on the cooler. Like I said, the fan speed, because this cooler has no USB connection, there's no way to control the RGB lighting, because it's not RGB, it's just one color. And there's no way to control the fan speed through any third-party software. So this does appear to be Quiet's version of a budget case and cooler. I'm not getting that sense from the power supply, but I am getting the sense that that they consider this budget. But I think for the amount of money, you can get a nicer case without all the restrictions that this case has. As for the cooler, I can't say I'm a big fan of a cooler that gives me no fan control. That I find disappointing. But again, for the price, I think you could buy a liquid cooler from a competitor that would give you that fan control. So if they want to make it budget, they got to lower the price on these things. That's my opinion. So Andy says, you're not pleased with the case? No. After working in it, this just goes to show you, my initial impressions where it was a nice solid gauge of metal. It seemed very well put together. But then when I started running into the issues regarding the fitment of the radiator, which then led to cabling issues. I also don't like the anytime you're going to have a power supply shroud and you've got a USB 3 header on a motherboard at the bottom, that's just always a little risky because it's putting a lot of tension on that USB 3 plug. And then you've got no hard drive LED, no reset switch, which again, I don't understand why these are critical, informative components, but they give you RGB, and yet on the power supply, the cables to reach the motherboard are just the length you need, but the SATA power cables are like for a 4-foot tall case. It doesn't make any sense. It feels random. So I might just give up with, the people at Be Quiet. They're great people, and I really want to like their stuff, but they just continue to keep exercising the same engineering deficits time and again, and they're not cheap. So if you want to do that and be an inexpensive budget case, then do that. But you've got a darn near premium price on what is otherwise a budget design case made out of quality materials. It's back and forth with Be Quiet all the time. So I try to keep an open mind, and I really enjoy the people I speak with over there. It's no reflection on them. But I feel like the people designing this stuff, like they've never built a computer before. They only understand theory and have no actual practical knowledge of actually using what they're designing. Or they don't understand why other designs are the way they are, because they're not building. I think if the people who engineered the case and the power supply and the cooler actually built with the case and power supply and cooler, and then did the same with a competitor following a similar price structure, I think they would be very obvious to themselves, very self-aware of where their design deficits are. And I just don't think they're aware of it. I think that they have all this theory, and that when you put it all together, it just doesn't hold up to what other competitors in the same price range offer you. And that makes me sad, because we keep going through this over and over and over again. And year after year, I'm hoping they'll hear me. Year after year, I'm hoping that they will, the light will switch on and they'll say, now I understand what Carrie was saying.
Well, they appreciate the feedback and they keep coming back for more abuse, because if they keep sending me stuff and they haven't changed their the spirit of their design, then I'm going to keep getting upset for the same reasons. So yeah, it's a big fail for me at this price point. If it was a $60 case, it'd be fine. But at over $100, it doesn't make any sense. It's just not well thought out. The power supply is not well thought out, nor is it consistent. The single USB 3.0 port is usually found on a $60 case, not on a case that's over $100. So it doesn't add up. Why would you use such good building materials when the design is so lacking? It's like they have a budget design, but they made it out of premium materials. And I keep going around and around with Be Quiet on stuff like this. So I think I'm done. I don't think I'm going to use any more Be Quiet stuff. Time is too precious to spend that much time and effort. Like I said, I've kept an open mind. I've been using their stuff now for about 3 years. And they're like, hey, you know, we'll send it to you at no cost if you review it. Well, I don't even think it's worth no cost. Like, there's no way that should have been that hard. I don't like the lack of fan controls on the cooler. Again, the more you pay, the less acceptable this becomes. So if Be Quiet wants to cut their prices in half, or even, you know, even a third, I could say, okay, you get what you pay for. But in this case, you're not getting as much as you would get from a competitor at a similar price point, from my experience and from my opinion. But I appreciate, you know, that they sent me the power supply, and they sent me the cooler, and they sent me the case. Despite the fact that I've been pretty critical of their stuff, they keep coming back for more. And the reason I think they do that is because, well, they've heard me and they've changed their design. But they haven't heard me, and they haven't changed their design. They keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. So I don't see any reason to keep revisiting with them. That seems to be the philosophy of the company, and it doesn't mesh into my values, and it doesn't is a mindset of somebody running a business or making recommendations to customers. I wouldn't put a customer through that. That's there's alternatives that are the same price or less that you wouldn't have to struggle this hard with, and their designs make sense. If you're going to be a budget case, be a budget case. If you want to be a premium case, be a premium case. You got a budget design with premium component. It's built really, really well. It's very difficult to work on. And why are you taking away the hard drive LED? It's critical. The reset switch, again, I could live without it, but what's it costing? That lack of a USB port, that says budget. Anytime you see a case with one USB port, that's a budget case, even if the price isn't. So that's your first warning. That third fan, putting a third fan up here, why'd they waste money on that? Whatever that fan cost, they could have used to add a hard drive LED and a USB port that I could have used. You don't need a rear fan and a top fan if they're both exhausting air. You only need one or the other. So, yeah, this should have been a 3-hour job, and now we're going on to, what, hour 5? So it's taken me nearly twice as long to put this together than it should have. So that's going to be my conclusion on it. And as for how well the cooler works, well, that's what we're testing right now. Our max temp has been 74 degrees Celsius after almost 12 minutes now. So we'll let it run another 8 minutes. And it looks like the cooler's performance is fine, although those fans are running full speed. I would have to go into the BIOS and change that, which, again, at this price, you know, I get a cooler from Silverstone for less money that'll do this, you know. And you can look at stuff from Corsair and NZXT
where you're going to have some software and a USB connection and really have better control of the fan speed. And then on top of that, you could have RGB. So I don't know, disappointed. I really wanted to like it. I was very positive when I started the video. I was really looking forward to it, and now I'm going to look forward to getting rid of it. So if you want to make an offer on the system, you can see that its specifications here. Let me bring it back. Come back. So we're going to sleep on me there. Let's do right-click, properties. And it's a heck of a CPU on here. That's the AMD Ryzen 9 3900X. That's a 12-core, 24-thread processor. It runs at 3.8 gigahertz. We've got 32 gigs of RAM represented with 4 sticks, 8 gigs apiece, with Windows 10 Pro. And we'll have to load the Samsung Magician. It's got the Samsung 980 Pro Generation 4 NVMe drive. So that drive is about $170 just for that drive because of its performance. So all in all, you know, probably into this case you've got, or into this computer build, you've got a $270 motherboard with a $550 processor, about, what's the RAM going for, about $200? Let's call it 150. No, it's probably about 200. Solid state drives, we'll call a solid state drive 160. The case is 110. The power supply is probably $100. The cooler's about $100. And then that graphics card, I don't know what that's worth. So if you're interested in making the purchase, and I'll do the cable management and make it look pretty and get that USB 3.0 plug put back on. But I've had enough of it for today. In fact, I think I need to go eat something. I was planning on ending the stream 2 hours ago. I didn't know I was going to be getting into it, that it was going to get this complex for what is a relatively simple build where the motherboard is already prepped, right? All we had to do was put Windows on it and you know, put the SSD in it, which is nothing. Yeah, it shouldn't have taken this long. Would the 200R case have been better? Well, no, you can't put a liquid cooler across the top of the 200R. The 200R is not tall enough. Am I angry? Maybe. I might be a little hungry and a little short-tempered because I was losing my patience with this. And you know, thank goodness I didn't have a lot of distractions during the broadcast, or, you know, I probably would have just ended it early and picked it up another day. It shouldn't have been this difficult. Dr. Bill says, remove the hard drive cage. Well, then there wouldn't be anywhere for somebody to add a storage drive. So, you know, if you want to buy it and you want me to remove the cage, then I'll do that. But if you're not going to buy it, then please don't tell me what to do with the case. That's kind of presumptuous. You know, most people buying a computer of this caliber, you know, with that kind of a processor with a video card are going to be gaming on it. And the games are very, very large these days. So
they're going to need large storage, which most people aren't going to be able to afford with solid state drives costing upwards of $1,200 or more for 8 terabytes. Whereas you can get a mechanical hard drive of 20 terabytes for like $600, $700. So, you know, to remove that hard drive cage would be detrimental to the upgradability and usability for the case of whoever owns it, but it would be theirs to do that. There would be no benefit to removing that cage anywhere, you know, the hard drive cage, because it's not in the way. It's not blocking anything. It's not fixing a USB problem. That's not fixing the lack of a hard drive LED or reset switch. That's not fixing the clearance issues between the cooler and the motherboard and the cabling therein. Yeah, that's really not a problem. The cage itself, whether it's in or out, has no impact on my overall review of the case, nor was it any point of frustration out of the entire build process. It was never really in the way. But if you wanted to move the radiator vertically to the front of the case, then you'd absolutely have to take the hard drive cage out to make room for that. And then there'd be no way to put it back in. At that point, you're saying you will never ever put a mechanical drive in it and limit the upgradability of what's, you know, a case that costs over $100. It just doesn't make any sense. John Williams says, would a 200R and a Mugen air cooler be a better build? The 3900X is going to run very hot, and the Mugen 5 probably would not keep it cool on a Prime 95 test. So no, if you're running a high-end processor like this, you're running a $500 plus processor, don't expect the Mugen 5 to keep it cool under duress. Right now, we're stressing the CPU completely to its maximum. And so it is a torture test to do that for 20 minutes. It's highly unlikely anybody would do that upon normal usage. So while a Mugen 5 would keep it cool under idling and mild usage, when we stress tested, it wouldn't be enough. And so you also don't get the aesthetics of the RGB, such as with this RAM, would be completely wasted putting it into a windowless case. What's the point of having the RGB RAM? So no, the 200R would not be ideal for this build unless the build was significantly changed. If we went to perhaps a Ryzen 7 processor instead of a Ryzen 9, then you could use the Mugen with no worries. And if we got rid of the liquid cooler, because that won't fit in a 200R, and if we got rid of the RGB RAM, because installing such was just spending more money where you didn't need to spend it for something you can't see. Steve Olson contributes $5, says, hey Kerry, I'm upgrading to Windows 11. It slowed my boot time from 30 seconds to 90 seconds. Have you experienced this yourself? No, but thank you for being a pioneer and being one of the first people to install Windows 11 that does nothing Windows 10 doesn't already do, and to just waste your time and to do something you didn't need to do to ruin a computer that had nothing wrong with it. Thank you for doing it so I don't have to. When Microsoft addresses the problems with Windows 11 and actually gives it features that Windows 10 doesn't have, then I'll be talking about it. But anybody who wants to jump in early, enjoy the troubles it causes. That is your reward for being a pioneer. I wouldn't invoke that voluntarily, nor would I recommend it to anybody unless there was a reason to run through the time, effort, and risk involved regarding things not working. So it's the people who start first are the ones that are going to encounter the problems. And then those problems ideally get reported, Microsoft addresses them, and so by the time I start to recommend it, all that should be behind us. So any Windows 11 stuff, it's way too early to make any recommendations. It's got a massive update that's come out. You still can't move the taskbar. That's all going to be fixed. You give it time, but I'm telling people, don't go to Windows 11. Don't do it. Unless you want the frustrations, and then when you get them, hey, you signed up for it. But I appreciate the contribution, and I appreciate your being a pioneer so that we won't have to go through the stuff you're going through. Don Allen contributes $10 and said, here's a little something to help with shipping. Hey, thank you, Don. I appreciate that. Of course, if anybody has, any suggestions to Steve Olson there in the chat room regarding Windows 11, feel free to chime in and help him out. I don't use Windows 11. I don't recommend it, and I don't see any reason why you would. I don't see any benefit to having it, unless you've got a 12th gen Intel CPU and you want to take advantage of those E-cores, which again, the 12th gen CPU from Intel works fine on Windows 10, but supposedly you get a bit more performance out of Windows 11 with it. However, the tech is just, Windows 11 is unpolished, it's immature, and at the moment, apart from a aesthetic change of how it looks, it's just basically Windows 10. It does everything Windows 10 does. So I don't understand the point of why anybody would voluntarily do that to themselves. Let's take a look at how our performance is going here. We're at 23 minutes. I've let this test run a bit longer than I anticipated, and I haven't been monitoring it. Let me just take a quick look where we are in our temps. Yeah, so the cooler's doing great. We're at 74.5 maximum temperature reached. I'm going to go ahead and shut down Prime 95. I keep using the wrong mouse. Let's go over here. And we'll stop the test. And then we should see these temps fall pretty drastically. Water coolers do take longer to cool down a CPU because water takes a while to cool down versus an air cooler, which would cool down much, much faster. So that is a downside to liquid cooling, but it does get there eventually. We're already down to below 40 degrees Celsius. Yeah, that temp's coming down nice. Looks like we're probably going to stay somewhere in the 40 degree range at idle. So yeah, the cooler's operation is fine, but remember those fans are running full bore, so I got to change that in the BIOS, and just a little disappointed at that. Again, at this price range. Let me go ahead and shut this down. Oh, you know what? Let me show you full screen what the RGB looks like. So you can see the top RGB going across. That's up in the very top up there. And then that's tied in with the front. And I don't have any complaint about the implementation of the RGB. That's all well and good. It's not obnoxious. But at the same time, adding these unnecessary lights, but to take away a necessary one, the hard drive LED, doesn't make any sense. To take away one of our precious front port USB ports doesn't make any sense. And not at this price. So, but it looks good. It's a good looking case, and it's well built. It's just badly designed, in my opinion. And you can see the cooler lights up. It's got like a little halo light around it that doesn't change color. And then our RAM is changing color. That's not in time with the case. But I might be able to remedy that with the ASUS RGB software, given that the case has the RGB cable that will probably synchronize those two together, leaving only the cooler the thing that won't match, which again, unfortunate. Now, if we took all the RGB off the case and off the RAM, and all you had was a white case with a white highlight around it, that would look pretty classy. But the fact that you don't really get a choice here, other than I guess you could unplug it, I'd almost prefer it was unplugged than to clash with the other colors and patterns. It doesn't have any pattern, it's just on. Almost as though to highlight and advertise the name of the company at your expense. But the RGB looks fine. So now I should be able to go ahead and shut this down. So let's go back over to that screen. I can't see my mouse. There it is. Oops, I hit restart instead of shutdown. Well, we'll take a look at what our boot time is on this, just out of curiosity. If we start counting right now. What, about 8 seconds boot time? That's pretty fast. So now I'll shut it down. And we'll go back over to camera 1. There we go. All right, well listen, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today and joining me on this little PC building journey I went on today. And I do appreciate the folks at Be Quiet sending me the stuff. I just wish the stuff was better or was priced a bit more competitively for what you get for the money based on what's in the market today. I just think for the money you could do better. I'm not a fan of the water pump being in line like that with the hoses. I just don't think it looks good. If this case didn't have RGB or if it didn't have a glass window, then it wouldn't matter. But I'm not a fan of that design, although it seems to work well. I just think it's ugly. But those are my thoughts and my opinions. And again, my thanks to the folks at Be Quiet for giving me the opportunity to review these parts. And I'm sorry I didn't like them better, and I'm sorry they weren't engineered better, and I'm sorry they weren't priced better. But all of that factored in is going to be not a recommendation for any of it. Power supply is okay, but again, for the price, I think you can do better. Thank you guys for watching. Thanks for all the contributions, of course, from everybody who's contributed, both through PayPal and Amazon gift cards, and again through the super chats today. And very quickly, a shout out to Don Allen, Stephen Olson, The Greek, Bryant Burns, Planet Cryos, Steve H., Brian Witzenberg, Jason Willis, BOKC Chop, Crazy66, Bob R., Justin Davis, Bob R. again, Paul Garrett, Jamie McGregor, John McNally, Larry Wood, Marty Yoel, Josiah Guernsey, and Don Allen kicked us off with the first contribution and the last one today. That's a nice way to end it. Thanks, guys, for hanging out. I will see you all very, very soon. As a reminder, if there's any bids for the computer, put down what you'd pay for it in the comments below, and I would appreciate serious inquiries only. I hope I'll see you all next time. I'm hoping to broadcast again tomorrow. I have a ton of videos to make, but I also have a ton of other things happening off camera. And if time permits, I'll be back again tomorrow afternoon. Thank you for watching. I'll see you all very, very soon. Until then, bye for now.